Okay, welcome back to the lore playthrough. It has been a minute, but I am in overdrive to catch up on this series. And man, I just noticed the background, like cityscape. Lots of pinks and yellows. Also, God, the way it moves faster than the background. Like, I'm sure that's supposed to look like that, and it's like intelligent to have the city look like that as you move. But God, it actually makes me kind of get vertigo. Ugh. I apologize to anyone who never noticed that before and is now getting sick. She knows that Berdley's kind of just sort of kneeling in Queen's, the portrait of Queen's mouth. Not sure if that means anything. It probably doesn't. But that is a funny little detail. It kind of makes me wonder what was the insignia underneath the battlefield in the King battle. Because I don't exactly remember that. In fact, I'm going to go check right now. Okay, it was just a spade symbol, nothing fancy. But yeah, I believe last time I was here, the audio is really quiet in-game for some reason. Let me... Oh, no, there it is. For some reason, my inventory isn't making... Oh, there it is. Okay. Anyway, so last time, I believe I backtracked through the game, or through the Dark World, and... and checked to see if there's any new stuff for me to show off. And there's a few interesting details that you only find if you backtrack through to the beginning. And some of it was kind of mystifying, actually. But that was the past. I believe with Spampton Neo defeated and regular Queen defeated. Let's see. Yeah, we have Dealmaker. I'm relearning the controls. Pink and yellow glasses, gray liquid. Okay, yeah. We seem to be ready to progress. I like that the save point is directly on top of the Dark Fountain. That's kind of an interesting touch. Okay. Without further ado, let us progress. You know, I just noticed these pillars right here. Like, where are these pillars stretching off to? What are they holding up above? Oh, you think up there is where, like, Berdley was being kept, or, like, where Berdley and Noelle were captured by Queen? Maybe. Okay. It's time for the famous speech. There it is. Okay. The Knight. Didn't we blow up your chair in your battle? I'm going to go check that. 1 second. Okay, for some reason I thought we blew up her chair when we fight her. Maybe if you fight her violently, then her chair explodes? Strange. But yeah, when you actually fight her when Berdley's there on her side, what happens is she's in her chair until Berdley like removes his plug, and there's this big flash of light, and when the light fades, her chair's gone, and she's just standing there. So I guess her chair flew off or exploded or something. But I'm pretty sure this chair still ends up being here, even if you destroy it in the Queen fight. Okay, now I need to know what happens if you fight Queen violently. 1 second. Okay, so defeating Queen with violence doesn't actually cause her chair to explode or whatever. She vanishes. But I didn't realize, when you defeat her with violence, what happens is Berdley still frees himself, but because you didn't help him loosen the plug, and he pulls it off by force, it electrocutes his arm. Like, it completely fries that arm. And Queen actually is like, bro, stop. Your arm's going to get destroyed. Like, she tries to warn him, but he doesn't listen. And that's how he gets his arm all messed up. And if that's the course of events you follow, then when you get back to the light world, his arm is still non-functional. Like, it's not literally fried like it is in the dark world, but it's completely unusable. So that's interesting. Because, I always wondered, why do our injuries, like Chris, Susie, Rousse's, well, I guess just Chris, Susie, and Noelle, why do their injuries not cause lasting impact, whereas Birdley's injury does? Now, part of it is probably just, well, it's a cutscene, and cutscenes cheat, which is fair. But I would like to think there's more lore to it than that. So I'm going to assume that what happened is, like, your normal injuries that you suffer are shallow enough or not as intense enough. Not intense enough to, like, completely destroy, like, an arm or a leg or whatever. And so long as there's enough of that body part intact, Rousseau can heal it. Or, you can eat food items and those will heal it. Either way, as long as that part of you is still intact, you can repair it. But Birdley, I guess, suffered so much damage, he, like, overloaded that part of his body, and it just ruined it, which is why when you go back to the dark world, or the light world, his arm still doesn't work. Which, if you've watched my dark matter theory, then the logic there is that the matter that, like, because, like, his dark matter body replaces his matter body, but it seems that, like, your dark matter body is your matter body. It's just swapped what kind of form it's composed of, Like, it's in the light world, it's matter. In the dark world, it's dark matter, but it's the same substance, more or less. Like, you literally transform. It's not like your soul gets taken out and your soul gets put into a dark matter body. No, it's the same body, which is why when you damage one body, it affects the other. Like, so if someone went into the dark world and they already only had one arm, then you'd probably still only have one arm in the dark world, even though you're now composed of dark matter. So that's interesting. Because even though returning to the light world transformed his arm back into its normal form, which is not fried, it seems that whatever damage it sustained was so severe that it even impaired his light world arm. Or it could be that while his light world arm is non-functional at the moment, it could be repaired or healed. It could be kind of like one of those phantom wounds, but kind of like the opposite. Because, like, with a phantom wound, you feel the pain in a limb even though you don't have it anymore. Whereas with this, it's almost like he's feeling an injury that he doesn't have anymore. Like, he's feeling an incapacitation that he doesn't have. And so once he overcomes that, maybe coming back to the dark world, he maybe his arm will return to functionality someday. So, at least there's hope for Birdley in that timeline. Anyway, interesting detail. I always thought, because the reason I'm so obsessing over the chair detail is that I'm working on a script where I rank every Darkener by power level, and something that kind of comes up is that in this fight, you never actually damage Queen herself. You actually are damaging her chair. Funny enough. Okay, yeah. I knew I was remembering it from somewhere, but Queen herself says if you defeat her violently, she's like, "Oh, you foolish children, even if you just deplete the health points of my chair, I can always put up another barrier or summon another chair." So, yeah, it's an important distinction because Queen herself doesn't actually, she barely lifts a finger in her battle with you, which kind of indicates that her power level is a bit ridiculous. Like, her power level is so high that she can fight you while basically just drinking herself into a stupor. Like, she's just drinking the equivalent of wine the entire battle. She's sitting in her chair. She doesn't even stand up to fight you. That's how powerful Queen is. And so she's just like, yeah, I'll let my Birdley puppet fight you, and yeah, I'll throw out a few attacks here and there, but I'm not really trying. And because she's so powerful, And because she is loyal to Lightners, she's not actually putting her all into trying to kill you because she doesn't want to kill you. Anyway, point is, Queen is very overpowered. We never see Queen at her full potential. She never tries using her max. She just skips right past fighting with her own pure potential because she's too smart for that. She's like, I'm not going to do some Dragon Ball Z nonsense and power up to my maximum level and fight you mano-a-mano. She's like, nah, I'm going to just enslave a bunch of minions and throw those at you, and if those don't work, I'm just going to get a giant mech that even if it gets destroyed, I'll be fine. Like, she is kind of the smartest character in this game. She like, there's this trope called, like, the Dark Lord's Handbook or something, and it's basically a list of, like, cliches that Dark Lords do that cause their downfall, and it's basically like, make sure not to do this, make sure not to monologue, make sure not to do X, Y, and Z. And it's like she read that book, and she's like, yeah, I'm not going to fall for all the old, failures that that other villains do, so she's kind of ridiculous, to be honest. Like, she's really, really overpowered. Like, comparing her to King, King goes all out. Like, he is fighting for his dang life. He is trying to kill you with everything he has. And he doesn't even come close to Queen's power level. Like, she kind of towers above him. Now, is she as powerful as Spamton Neo? Some people think so. Some people seem to think that Giga Queen is more powerful than Spamton Neo. I strongly disagree. Just because we use a mecha to fight Giga Queen doesn't mean we had to. Like, that's just how the story ended up going, because the power of friendship or whatever. But realistically, Spamton Neo is just as capable of turning into a gargantuan mecha. Like, he does so when he's using his final attack. So it's clear that his power level is completely comparable to Giga Queen. In fact, given the lore, like, they sealed away the Neo robot. Like, Spamton is the secret boss. Spamton Neo is supposed to be overpowered. So the idea that the secret boss is somehow weaker than the regular boss is like assuming that Jevil is weaker than the king, which I don't think that makes much sense. And, people are like, well, you lose to Giga Queen, whereas you don't lose to Spamton Neo. And that's not really true. It's just that, the plot demands that it's plot-induced stupidity, where it's like, technically in the cutscene, she gets the upper hand temporarily. But that doesn't mean she would have actually managed to defeat and kill the heroes. It's just like when King gets the upper hand temporarily after you defeat him. It's like, just because he got the upper hand for a moment doesn't mean he would actually have successfully killed the Lightners. It doesn't mean he's actually more powerful than Jevil just because he got the upper hand for a moment. Same thing with Giga Queen. I don't think Giga Queen's as powerful as Spamton Neo. I think it doesn't make sense for the lore. It doesn't... Yeah, I think Giga Queen is not as powerful as Spamton Neo. And their stats support that. Like, Spamton Neo has way more health than Giga Queen. But I digress. And also, Spamton Neo can activate a defense mode that makes him invincible, whereas Giga Queen cannot do that. So, I don't think that it's a very fair comparison. I think Spamton Neo is explicitly the more powerful of the two. But that's just my opinion, I guess. Anyway, enough rambling. Move on. The Night. The Roaring Night. I never really figured out... wow, this plays into my The Earth is Alive theory quite well. My live stream theory, I should call it. Why is the apocalypse called the Roaring? It's because the Earth is roaring. You're stabbing it to death, and so the Earth is roaring in pain. Wow. I never really... Man, I should have included that in the video. That should have been in the theory. That's such a good detail. Yeah. Wow. What a good detail. Yeah. Yeah. Today, it deigned to create this world. I wonder... Here's a funny detail. Do you think this hologram that's appearing in the background is being projected over, like it's not actually that far away, it's just a perspective thing? Or do you think Queen actually installed hologram projectors all over the city for the purposes of making this speech? It might seem a little ridiculous to say that, but she did go out of her way to have her swatchlings clean up the city and prepare the path for her Giga Queen form for this specific battle. So it's actually completely feasible that she had them set up these hologram projectors. Reaching its long hand to the sky. Look at that funny looking hand. It looks like it has 4 fingers. You know? Like if you really look at it. Which makes me think it's not human. Like whoever it was that created this dark world. But that's assuming this is an accurate recreation of the Roaring Knight's hand, which we have no reason to believe. The little footage we have of the Roaring Knight creating the Dark Fountain has the knight obscured by the smoke. So it's probable that Queen doesn't actually know what they look like. It coursed its will into its blade. And like, this feels like a red herring thing where they're like, ooh, look, a knife, just like the one Chris uses. But I think one of my earliest videos points out that this design does not match the design of Chris's knife. Chris uses a kitchen knife. That is like a Bowie knife or, some other combat knife. So it's not the same design. So yeah, I think this is just an abstract visualization of what Queen believes happened, not an accurate recreation of what happened. And made. Is the pillar supposed to be kind of clipping into the buildings there? Thrusting the fountain from the earth. Unfortunately, the world they created is trapped within the confines of the library. Yeah. Oh, I just realized that in the background you can see the reflections of the city, like in the water, which means we're looking out over a gargantuan lake or ocean or something similar. That's kind of crazy. If only we had a way to make more darkness. Ooh. I wonder if that ocean is like made of darkness. Because if that's the case, then that's probably meant to be the Earth's blood. Like, the same substance that's coming out of the dark fountains. That's morbid. Oh, also, a detail that didn't make it into my theory about the Earth being alive, the live stream theory, is that the concept of the dark and the song coming from the sea, of the sound of waves, of oceans, those concepts have come up several times in Deltarune and in associated Deltarune material, which I think further ties the idea. I think that's meant to be referring to, again, the blood of the planet. Like when you're dealing with an entity this massive, as big as a planet, its blood is an ocean. Its blood is vast, more vast than an ocean. Whether it's physical blood or spiritual blood or whatever you want to call it. So I think that's the reason we keep hearing this concept of darkness and oceans. And like when you first wake up in the Dark World in Chapter 1, you hear waves, which I think is meant to be referring to the ocean of the live stream, effectively. We might be able to cover the whole world. Probably. That is when I realized this power of the will, this power of determination. What a mic drop. Is this not something that all Lightners possess? She clearly does not consider Alcé to be a Lightner. And it seems like in this setting, Darkners can recognize Lightners on sight. Because there's several times when Darkners are just like, whoa, you're Lightners, aren't you? And so that inclines me to think that Alcé probably isn't a Lightner, because no one ever recognizes him as such. In fact, people regularly ignore him. Which is interesting. It kind of makes me wonder if Alcé's like Rousseau's properties make him difficult for people to concentrate on or something? Curious. Is this not something that all Lightners possess? If one was simply determined enough, could not anyone make a dark fountain? This is another interesting detail, because this kind of confirms... Well, the thing is, in Undertale, Undyne was reformed from her own determination. And while she may have been given a power boost by the soul of the planet, watch my livestream theory for more information on that, it does confirm that any Darkner can have, any monster can have determination. It's just if they have too much of it, their body melts. Their body can't handle it. So that pretty much confirms that either A, monster bodies work differently in this setting, which allows them to endure determination, or B, the small amount of determination that a monster can have without melting is sufficient to allow them to create a dark fountain. Honestly, it could go either way. So then, if the night has taken its leave, then I will simply make a new one. That does make me wonder now, though, how do people know that the Roaring Night is a night? You know? Like, people never got the chance to see it clearly. Well, I guess maybe they did. Maybe just because there's no video recording doesn't mean, like, Queen or someone didn't see the night. Because the king clearly met the night and referred to it as a night. But did Queen also meet the knight? Did the Queen also see it and recognize it as, like, a knight in shining armor or whatever? It's a little unclear. Interesting. Noelle, honey, darling, sweetie, gravy. It's so interesting. The way she's all tied up like that. It makes her... Well, it looks like she's being crucified, is what it looks like. But she's, like, being tied up there with, like, cloth, by the looks of things. Like, of some similar material to what makes up her clothes. Which suggests she's not being hurt by whatever is binding her there. Interesting. Yeah, and Noelle's role in this whole narrative and, like, why she's affiliated with the Angel and what that has to do with the narrative is something I've still yet to figure out. How do you find the giant hand? Took a small break. I'm back. Let us continue. Great. And how do you feel about world domination? Why did you make that one word? What? Whoa. Ouchie, mama. Like, even that hit there hit her chair more so than it hit Queen. Funny. Oh. So wait, did Noelle break free of her own binds? Because, okay, it couldn't have been Susie's attack. I don't think Noelle has the strength to pull out of those binds. So I'm thinking that Queen released Noelle using Giga Queen. I think that makes no sense. Susie, you came to save me? Somehow I knew you would. You did? Well... Wait. You need to get out of here. Hurry. Huh? Queen? Is that smoke or are those rocks floating up into the sky? It almost looks like rocks. Which almost implies that Queen's power, Giga Queen's power, is so vast that it's warping reality and causing gravity to go all haywire. That would also explain why this background went all black. It's as if, you know, reality's, you know, bending around her. Interesting. Queen? Seems that you failed to notice the giant freaking robot in the middle of my palace. Nah, we noticed, to be honest. Man, she even has, like, Super Saiyan hair, doesn't she? That's hilarious. This isn't good. She's invincible like this. Huh? She's been bragging about her final form all day. You think growing a few inches is gonna help? Yes. Yeah, it's funny, because on the one hand, you might be like, oh no, how can we possibly beat an enemy this big? But honestly, RPG protagonists defeat stuff this big all the time. Like, including Final Fantasy VII, which I think this game is more than a little inspired by. You defeat full-blown kaijus in solo combat, so, like, this is not inconceivable for our heroes to mess. In fact, we defeated Spamton Neo, who also turns into a kaiju-sized giant robot, so clearly we have a shot at doing this. Even without our own Megazord. Now, that might look bad, because everyone's like, oh, we're kneeling, whatever, but, like, again, this is just like when King knocked us down. It doesn't mean anything. Also, Ralsei is clearly fine. He's in his splat pose rather than turned to dust or turned into a pile of clothes. Susie, let's just give up, and... hell, if we're giving up now. Susie? So what if you've got another form? We've got one too! Yeah, see, they're fine. Like... Chris, Ralsei, come on! What are you doing? This is our ultimate... wait a second. Now that you mention it. Oh no, it appears I am evenly matched. It's so good. I hope you won't mind if I don't hold back. We're falling. And like even this part, it's like, oh no, they're falling, but like we fall like hundreds of feet just to enter the dark world. This is not a big deal. Any bright ideas on how we're getting out of this one? We could try flapping our arms. Fear not. Fear not. Your knight in glow-in-the-dark armor is here. Birdly? Chris, Susie, my energy is still too low to help you fight. So I found help for you. Behold, comrades! The army of Birdly coasters. The Armada. On your quest against Queen, you've made all sorts of buddies, right? Using our junk-making skills, we modified everyone. To work together! I shall also take credit for these. Of course you will. Woo! Look at all those people. Chris, Susie, behold! Also, fun fact, the amount of HP of your Thrash machine increases by 5 points for every ally that you bring to this combination. The ultimate group project! With a splendid base. My strongest JPEGs. Flashing lights. Happy bravery. Meow noise. My energy. Squeak noise. Tender loving care. Fresh cooking. Organization, Starwalker, and mostest of all, whatever this thingeth is. Absolute buffoonery. The worst part is that you still can only have at most 250 HP. Like, your stats do not get that great. In fact, you can have basically that much in base form. So you're really not bringing a ton to the table as the Thrash machine, which is further evidence that we could have beat Queen on our own, to be honest. But I digress. Of course, this is a bunch of Street Fighter references. And we're flying, traveling through the city as we fight. Also, I never thought about it, but this kind of implies that she's back walking away from us this whole time. That's kind of silly, isn't it? Alright, let me pull up the Giga Queen dialogue to see if there's anything of note. Okay, yeah. Not much to say on Giga Queen's fight or dialogue. I mean, I'll bring it up as it comes up. Although I will point out... sucky attacks. Turbo dodge and suffix. Interesting. I will point out that... yeah, you cannot spare Queen. I will point out that your attack stat as the Thrash machine is defined as whatever Chris's attack stat is. And given that its HP isn't that much more powerful, it kind of suggests that the majority of the power contributed to this bot is basically just Chris. As pretty much everyone else is just sort of, I don't know. It's some silly nonsense. It's not really very logical power scaling. Let's see. Okay. The time for words is over. Now is the time to fight, only. Ah! Ah! Man, it's been a minute. Yeah, thank you, Relse. Haha, just kidding. I'll totally keep monologuing as I kick at your face. Oh, another detail for the power scalers is that if you have the laser head, then you get the light speed punch attack, which is only... all it does is it makes it to where instead of getting to hit her 3 times, you get to hit her 4 times, which implies that we're already operating at 75% of the speed of light. So that's some pretty hilarious power scaling. The time has come for Noelle to realize her own strength, her own will, her own determination. I love how she has like a Kingdom Hearts-esque health bar. Nope, she's moving faster. Yeah, and you can't check, so... Focusing into her blade, she will create a Neo-Dark Fountain, which would be pretty bad for Earth. Then another, then another. The cityscape roars past. Interesting. Not enough for duck mode yet. But then, when the whole world is covered in darkness, she and everyone can live in bliss, free of fear and suffering. It looked like something funny flew out of her when I punched her one of those times, like a jukebox or something. Wonder what that was. It's totally sucking aura fired up. Chris, Susie, why don't you help me too? Create the world of your dreams, also my dreams. Hopes and dreams. Those are what empowers the dark world. Yeah, duck mode decreases, matches the controls trying to punch more. Duck mode decreases our damage output a little, but it instantly heals us some, and it makes it to where each of our attacks heals us for some amount as well. Susie, bro, just let me karate chop you, and you can have as many skateboards as you want. And then we randomly switch to soul mode, which kind of suggests that, again, this is mostly a Chris affair. Alright, 2 health bars down. And Chris, my dearest Trucy, you can have as many... Okay, I don't remember what you liked. This is a ridiculous moment. Also, she can create clones of herself. Like, that's just something she can do. Giga Queen's kind of ridiculous. Like, she shoots missiles, she shoots lasers, she has multiple health bars, she can shoot giant baseballs, and Ferris wheels. Like, she's kind of ridiculous. There we go. Hey, was there a third guy? She just does not remember, I'll say. Ah! Jesus. Yes, Rousey. All of you will become super strong and cool. Meanwhile, I don't need to improve because I'm already perfect and can shoot lasers from my fancy glass. Ah! And she can shoot fire breath, apparently. Let's defend for a second. Okay, I believe I've made my point. I'm going to procedurally loop my dialogue now. She really does taunt a little too much, doesn't she? The time for words though, yeah, okay. Ah! I'm so bad at this. Jeez. Your machine's inner lighting turns red? Yeah. Luckily, I can heal myself for a crap ton. Chris, Susie, other guy, you have truly proven yourselves to be a worthy opponent. You have earned the right to remember what your fighting machine's purpose, or true purpose is. To get your own ass thrashed. What's funny is, we have no idea how she knows that. Like, how does she know that's what the Thrash machine was for? You know? Like, the only explanation is that she's been spying on everyone. at least in the Cyberspitty, if not also in the Card Kingdom, which is kind of crazy. By me. Oh, get your butt thrashed by me with my final attack. Haha, bye. Ow. Ah. Jeez. And then she creates this gigantic baseball, which is basically a Dragon Ball Z move at this point. Battle power dropping. Overheated. Activated. Listen well. You may have defeated me, but I still possess one thing you three will never have. Detachable hands. Yeah, like, this is just plot-induced stupidity, where it's just like, well, we have a cutscene we need to do. Noelle has to prove herself, so she has to momentarily defeat us. Noelle. Darling. Honey. Sweetie. Gravy. Damn, Giga Queen got messed up. We can't even see Queen inside of the visor anymore. Take the pin I gave you. Yeah, we see, like, Susie and Rousey and Chris all squiggling. And stab the earth. Yep. Creating our new supreme empire. What's wrong, Noelle? I know it would make you happy. Or should I, with the last 1% of my battery, crush Susie into 8 bits? I don't think you could, even if you wanted to. I think this is a bluff. I think you used up all the power you really had left defeating the Thrash machine. Leave? Leave Susie alone! You think listening to you makes me happy? No! I'll never be happy. Not if I'm controlled by you. Why can't you understand that? Noelle. Perhaps my computations were miscalibrated. Noelle. Disregard me and, with your own power, choose the world that makes you happy. And then it just goes all staticky. Yeah, like, she basically powered down right there. Like, Noelle, basically, yeah, she didn't have the strength to kill us. It was all bluff. Queen? Queen! Aw, she cares about Queen. Queen, are you okay? Seems she ran out of battery power. Guess we can seal the fountain now, right, everybody? Look at Ross's cute little sprite. Everybody? Queen, she said, choose the world that makes you happy. I don't want to live in a world ruled by her. But if that wasn't the case, I wonder if this world wouldn't be so bad. Huh? Susie, don't you think so too? Now that you mention it, Chris, isn't this world just better? You make so many friends here, you know? I've never had an adventure like this before. With axes and battles and magic. It's a bit weird to say, wow, it's so cool to go on this magical adventure with magic. If you don't have magic, or like, you know, like, if you already have magic in the light world, it's weird to bring up magic here. Where everything can be healed with a little spell. She wishes you could heal things with a spell, which she can't do in the light world, I'm just saying. And no matter what happens, no one tells us what to do. gosh, yeah. Look at Susie's goofy sprite over there. Chris is checked out. Chris has no investment in this cutscene. So, even if things were really scary just now, I mean... So is there any reason not to? Not that I can think of. Me neither. Then, Noelle, let this be my real apology. Concentrating my will into this blade, I will make a new fountain and unleash a bright future. A future that shines for us. A future whose brightness is born from darkness. Stop! Susie's face. What in the world are you all doing? God, Rouse looks so concerned. Well, we thought we would just... Stop! I mean, stop! Do you realize what will happen if you do that? I will just... You'll bring the roaring. When the light is subsumed by shadow, when the fountains fill the sky, all will fall into chaos. It almost looks like little stars or save points floating around the fountains, doesn't it? The Titans will take form from the fountains. Even like those look like save points inside the Titans, don't they? And envelop the land in devastation. The surviving Darkners, crushed by the darkness. Our favorite Darkners, Lancer and Rudin, will slowly, one by one, turn into statues, leaving the Lightners to fend for themselves. Lost eternally in an endless night. Is that your idea of paradise? Queen's face. Oh damn, I did not know that. Chris looks unfazed. Noelle looks slightly surprised. Susie and Bradley look shocked. As does Queen. You didn't? But your whole plan was to... I'm just a computer, Lamau. I don't know everything. Oh, man. I was just guessing based off of the knight's actions. Why the hell would I want to end the world? Well, that's a relief. I'm sorry. I after everything, I just caused trouble for you again, Noelle. You sure did, Birdley. That's okay, Birdley. I understand. I thought about it while charging my battery. That's funny. She's still able to think while out of power. Kind of funny. You cannot calculate other people's feelings. You understand how I feel? Not really, Lamau. I just don't want Noelle to be sad. Haha, well, I'm glad you two kind of get it now. Guess we all made a pretty sweet team in the end. What the heck was that laugh? No, we freaking didn't? Queen is by far the funniest character in this game. Like, she is so good. Can you let go of us now? Oh, yeah. Susie! Hey, you stood up to Queen. Not half bad. Really? Ah, yeah. Look at you two. You're so goofy. You're blushing over there. Just Guess you gotta wake up soon, huh? Huh? Everything got so intense, I forgot it was a dream. And I just hope I get to have more dreams like this. Hey, Noelle, when you wake up, well, I just wanted to say, Queen. Well then, I suppose it is time for you all to exit, interrupting Susie's little heartfelt moment. How convenient. Running program, tendergoodbye.exe. I will miss each of you. Noelle, your unneeded honesty. Susie, your foolish bravery. Chris, your chill vibes. Berkeley? It doesn't have to be goodbye, Queen. Chris can take you back to our castle town. You and all our recruits can live there. Oh. Cancelled. Deleting tendergoodbye.exe. Alright, time to do what we came here for. Hey, Noelle. If you see the real Susie, just know that maybe she's... Look, she doesn't have a tail, okay? Okay, I got it. It's not a secret. Let's just go, Chris. Ha ha ha. What a Saturday morning cartoon ending. Like, fade to black as everyone laughs. Ha 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 ha. There's the dark phone. So many different colors. Chris, it makes you wonder, like, why there's so many different colors. I mean, I guess it represents the soul of the planet, probably, is my theory. Which means, and the souls can be all kinds of colors. It looks like we're here again, huh? The roaring night. Whatever they are, they're making these fountains. But is that really a bad thing? Since they started showing up, everything's gotten a lot more interesting, hasn't it? Well, we don't have to think about that now. Chris, it's your turn. It was as if your very soul was glowing, because soul power and these fountains are connected, suggesting they share some sort of common origin. Also, the pattern used in the Dark Fountain is the same pattern that we see in the Abyss, or like the intro sequence when Gaster is helping us create a character, aka the background that I use in all my videos. And that too is called like the Depths or the Abyss or something like that, something ocean related. So further connecting the idea of the ocean and such to these dark fountains and presumably the soul of the earth. Unleashes a huge surge of power, and bada bing, bada boom. This dark fountain is sealed. The wound is healed. Huh? What? What happened? Oh, it was a dream, wasn't it? Huh? A dream? That was all a dream? Of course, that must have been a dream. Such feelings, such thoughts. Oh, sweet Lady of Justice. Man, this really shot, like, several bullets into the Dungeons and Dragons theory, didn't it? It's like, oh yeah, Birdley and Noelle just had so much fun with D&D that they convinced themselves that it was a dream. Because no game of D&D could be that fun. Doesn't really make sense, does it? To think I would ever think Susie would be... Susie! Birdley's face looks so ridiculous. Susie, what are you doing here? You invited us to study, remember? Oh, right. I... What? Studying with them? Well, heavens to yikes. They're... Well, I guess we could try it. So your character arc in the Dark World isn't completely eradicated. Huh? My alarm. I'm going to be late for my shift with Miss Boom. Miss Gerson Boom. Or, well, may not be Gerson Boom, but Miss Boom implies that she is related to Gerson Boom. Now, whether that makes her Gerson's mother, daughter, sister, wife, or it's kind of unclear, but she's presumably related to Gerson Boom. And she's the one who runs the library. Oh no, how is it that late already? Well, adieu, everyone. I must gather my book longings. Book longings? But wait, if Miss Boom runs the library, she should be here. You know? Which I guess might be implying that Miss Boom works somewhere else in town? Yeah, I guess I always assumed that Birdley's job at the library was the one related to Miss Boom. But I guess we don't actually know that. It could be that Birdley has multiple jobs. Anywho. How I love the texture of freshly picked up books. What a weird thing to say, Birdley. Now, let us hasten, my dear Noel. Good day, Chris. Susie. Bye, Chris. And, bye, Susie. See ya. Does she have a tail? What? What are you looking for something? What? Are you looking for something? That sprite is iconic. Nothing, bye! The heck is her problem, anyway? Way to treat someone who just saved the world. Chris, hey, wait a second. Chris, we just actually saved the world, didn't we? Damn, we really are heroes. And no one even knows. Guess it's better that way, though, right? People would freak out if they knew the world's in danger. Though, kinda sucks Noelle has to forget, too. Whatever. Let's get out of here. Alright. Time to examine this room. Looks like the library's state-of-the-art public laptop. Someone left it on. This is believed to represent Queen. It's a computer. It's nothing but a blue screen. Looks like it crashed. I think that's what it says if you've defeated Spamton. I don't remember. It's a recycling bin. Looks like someone accidentally printed off a lot of useless emails. Probably spam mail. It's a computer. A dolphin screensaver is advertising some kind of malware, presumably pop-up. It's full of many backup devices, like extra mice, extra keyboards, or extra maracas. That is in reference to the annoying dog who was using maracas in here in Chapter 1. And presumably this might represent Queen's Mansion, but the only hint at that is that we encounter the mouse wheel in her mansion, and it mentions there's a lot of extra mice in here, so that's all we can really say for certain. There's a little, I don't know if they're Christmas lights, but they're angel lights or whatever, blue and pink, strewn around the ceiling, which are presumably responsible for the lights in the Cyber City. Various posters talking about internet safety. You suddenly thought about how your day might have been different if the poster with that orange cat was still on the wall. I've always interpreted that as a Garfield reference, although I cannot say for certain where that logic comes from. We also see some power outlets, which is where the plug boys come from. We see power cables stretching from this power strip, which is presumably where the control wires came from. Suddenly, blah, blah, blah. There's only a single Ferris wheel drawing, even though there was tons of Ferris wheels in the Dark World. Let's see, pink, blue bars with like a little green one over there. I guess pink, blue, and green are kind of the heroes' colors. Closet is spacious and full of old electronics. A large person could easily fit inside. Which is very suspicious. It kind of makes you think that someone was hiding in here. Given that it says it's full of old electronics, it kind of makes me think that this is in reference to the basement in Queen's Mansion. But that's my best theory. I as far as like fitting a person inside, it could suggest that the Dark Knight was still in here when the Dark Fountain was created, and that's why Noelle and Berdley were sitting at the desks out here. But the thing is, we weren't sitting right here when we entered the Dark World, so there's no reason to think that your position in the room upon waking up has anything to do with, the state of the room or where you were when you entered. So yeah, it's interesting. It's a computer, the monitor's flickering brightly. It's a computer, the monitor is flickering brightly. It's a computer, the monitor is flickering brightly. There's lots of little lights under the desks. There's pink, blue, and red lights in here. A lot of pink and blue. That seems to be the dominant colors of this room. And what's in here? It's a trash can. You get the feeling it doesn't have any friends. It's trashy. It's hard to explain why you feel this way about a trash can. It's Trashy the Trash Can. Which, considering Trashy is in the Dark World, when we take all this stuff to the Dark World, that means we took, and a lot of the characters that we took were software. So that implies we took, several, at least one laptop, these power cables, the trash can, maybe the recycling bin, some of the mice and keyboards. We looted the computer lab. So I feel like someone's going to notice that. Especially since everyone's working on their group projects. So yeah. Okay. Let us progress. Before you left, you gathered up everything in the room. No reason to go back in there. AKA, they do not want to change the sprite. Computer lab. Please surf the web responsibly. In fact, maybe don't do it at all. It's a book of magic tricks. Most of them require orbs or floating hands. Orbs or floating hands. I feel like it's a reference to something I don't get. It could be referencing certain types of monsters from Undertale who use magic tricks and they had floating hands like Rayman. Or something else. I don't know. It's just kind of interesting that the only reference to magic in this library is magic tricks, which isn't the same as true magic. Lord of the Hammer. First in the award-winning fiction series by the lauded historian Gerson Boom. Interesting. Kind of makes it seem like he's supposed to be a Tolkien figure, because, Lord of the Rings, Lord of the Hammer. There's a book here. You lick the page. It's delicious. This must be what they meant by flavor text. It's someone's diary. Read it? No. Someone's diary. Read it? Yes. Oh no. Someone else has been taking out my diary. Oh no. They're printing a review in the paper. Oh no. I'm being highly acclaimed. So I'm thinking this is supposed to be Napster Bluke's diary, so that's pretty funny. Because normally Berdley's behind this counter. There's a crude drawing of an ice cube wearing a headband. The teen zone, where teens can be kids. A feeling of immense relief washes over you. It's the weekly cartoon review. Just looking at cartoon criticism is sapping your energy rapidly. Hoi, hoi, hoi. I'm surprised I can't interact with this at all. Ah. It's the weird bird who's like a Gaster follower in Undertale. I love reading books, especially the books upstairs. I love reading, especially books. Yeah, so clearly there's some more lore being hidden behind this character, but we'll only get access to it bit by bit over the course of the chapters. How to Care for a Human. It's a book for monsters on how to care for humans. Look at the back. According to the card in the back, looks like your mother took it out repeatedly many years ago. So, this is an interesting detail because I don't know about you, but if I was planning on adopting a kid, I wouldn't be renting or borrowing books from the library on how to do that. I'd be buying books so that way I can reference them in preparation for, having the kid. So, one second. Okay, neighbor's car was being loud. But yeah, so I kind of take this to mean that Toriel did not expect to be raising a human, which is why it was checked out multiple times. It's kind of a sudden thing. I think Chris kind of fell into their lap. Let's see, look inside. There are photos of unfamiliar humans inside. You shut the book quickly. Just the fact that Chris shuts the book quickly kind of implies that they feel uncomfortable about humans, which is interesting. It's book one about souls. Read it? Don't. Just kidding. Read. The soul has long been called many things. The font of our compassion, the source of our will, the container of our life force. It's interesting that life force is being brought up, like the life force of the planet, Kind of interesting. But even now, the true function of it is unknown. Okay, but yeah. Very interesting. It shows you. Man, we got late, didn't it? It's hard to tell. The lighting is almost identical. Guess you should go home, huh? Alright, you don't have to say it. Don't want to walk home by yourself, huh? Well, if you're gonna make me, I guess. Let's go. No. Let's see. You looked at the junk ball in admiration. Nothing happened. Info. Cards. The Jack of Spades and the Rules card. You held the cards. They felt flimsy between your fingers. Egg. Info. Not too important, not too unimportant. Glass. Shard of something in your pocket. Oh, wait, what did I say? It feels like glass, but, yeah. You looked through the glass. For some strange reason, for just a brief moment, you thought you saw Susie glaring at you, coldly. Which is what she was doing in the past. Which kind of suggests to me that you're seeing past, like, stuff or future time loops or something to that effect. Man, I really need to make a video explaining what the heck, or theorizing about what the heck these shards are, and how these tie into everything. But when you moved the glass away, you see her looking at you, smiling and making a rude gesture. Ring. Hi, honey. How was your group project? I can give you a ride home in a minute. I am just... Oh, no need? You are still spending time with a friend? Oh dear, 2 days in a row, Chris. Is that a record? That would be kind of brutal if she wasn't being genuinely sincere. Have fun, honey. Be back before sunset. Click. I'll explore the whole town, of course, but I'm about done with this recording session, so I'm gonna beeline it to the castle town. Ah, Temmy. Tem still study hard. Tem got a smart, go to college, achieve dream. Then Tem become. Ha ha ha, as if you could even envision it. I imagine that when Ten switches from speaking Tem language to speaking serious language, it's like when a character in anime goes from being kind of a goober to becoming like a JoJo's character and being like, shing, haha, as if you could even envision it. It's like, or like Saitama, oh my god! Weird stretchy arm, put an egg on the table. The eggs collected so far, there's 2. Interesting. Don't even ask me about the layout of this school and where these lights are coming from or how the heck any of this works. God knows I have no clue. Door is locked. Here, we transform into our dark world forms. Hello, Queen. Yes, Queen. So this is your castle town. It's not bad. Chris, Susie, on behalf of everyone I oppressed, thank you. I'm going to be your wacky roommate now. She's so self-aware. She's like, oh, you know, I know what role I have to play in the story now. And Rousey's just in our party right now, even though he's not standing with us. Which is kind of funny. And Lancer is still here. What a terrific boy's adventure. Time to kick off my feet and relax. Oh, my lord, 'tis I, your humblest servant, right here where I never lefteth. Yeah, right. It doesn't seem very useful. You used the egg. Okay. Then Rousey's there. Ah! And then he says something interesting. Chris, I bet you have a lot of people to talk to, but you don't have to do everything at once. Save and take a break anytime you want, okay? It's so funny, because that is such a lore unnecessary. Like, it's so unnecessary for Rousey to say that. Like, I feel like most players will be fine about taking breaks. And it's kind of funny to give that sentiment right here at the end when we've got the least left to do. So, yeah, kind of funny. But yeah. Okay, I'm going to end this recording session here. I'll pick it up next time where I will go through all the new stuff in the castle town, go through the hometown and see what's going on there, and then finally wrap up the Chapter 2 lore playthrough. Alright. Touch the light. You thought about how you can't go back to the cyber world anymore. You considered this carefully. Yeah, basically saying if you aren't careful, you'll overwrite your progress and won't be able to go back. So yeah. Okay. I will be back in a moment. Okay. Let us continue. We shall now take a look around the new and improved Castletown and see if there's anything new. Well, of course there is something new, but take a look at it, see if there's anything interesting. My eye. There's an eyelash in my eye. Ah! Ah! Okay. Thanks a lot for the lovely city. It's nearly as good as the one I made in Minecraft. I need to mine 1,000 blocks of obsidian to make my dog 3 colors. That's nice. There's a hole in the wall. There's nothing inside. You know, it's funny. I've been going over the stats of enemies in Deltarune, and nobody has anywhere near as much attack and defense as the heroes do. Like, I'm pretty sure like the most defense anyone gets caps out at like 5, and the most attack anyone gets, like Spam to Neo, is 13. So like, and like this is where I'll say using his less powerful equipment. Like if I gave him the prickly scarf, his attack would be higher than Spam to Neo. So that's kind of interesting. Of course, the one stat that nobody matches the enemies in is HP. Our HP is abysmal. Like, if we were comparing us to enemies, we'd be about on par with like some of the low tier minions from like Chapter 1. Like, we're above the likes of Rudin, but like not much higher. We're probably like Bloxer level durability. I mean, technically we have more durability because defense, you know, it reduces incoming damage. So, you know, if we combine defense with a dog, but yeah, if we combined it with defense, maybe our HP would technically qualify as being a greater amount, but just something interesting. Okay. We're in the building up the area to be a bit more bored-like. The pond man will be happy too. I'm a worm. I don't understand taxes and values. Fair enough. Who did this to my mannequin? As your prince, I demand someone fix this. Is anybody listening? I was listening. Don't yell at it from across town. Hey, Lancer. Hi, Susie. It's so funny. Like, this is so good. Also, just kind of add to add to Lancer's insane power set. He has super hearing. If Noelle was here, she'd probably dress it up like a Christmas tree. Huh? Why am I thinking like that? Or thinking that anyway. Look at Susie thinking about Noelle. Looks like it costs money just to have a free sample. This place is a great deal. All kinds of new customers. Want a free sample? Just $4.99 to try a bite of these clothes. What's funny is he's charging money, which I'm pretty sure is not the same as Dark World dollars. Like, yeah, DS is dark money, and he's asking for regular money. That's kind of funny. Oh, look who it is. It's these guys. Do we have to talk to them? I guess we do. Welcome to the music room. We don't sell anything. Yeah, and you can play all sorts of stuff. It's interesting which songs they have and which ones they don't. Like, it makes sense they'd have this one because it's the natural theme of this area. Makes sense they'd have this one because, you know, they're from the cyber world. Makes sense they'd have any of the studios and the Welcome to the City. Acetonal of Love's a bit confusing, but I guess they could have infiltrated or at least been near the Acetonal at some point. Rude Buster makes sense, they've been in battle. Smart Race. Ooh, God, this song's so good. I love the little bit of Queen's theme. Anyway, getting distracted. I guess they were in the area. Cool Beat, that's just their thing. Hip Shop, I'm the bad guy. I mean, that's just Lancer's theme, so they may have heard it just from being around Lancer. Clean, cool mixtape. It's so good. Yeah. And they actually, canonically, this is fun, they actually have met Sham. I think Sham will mention it, not like before the events of this chapter, but like when they got moved to this town, they went and met Sham. So it makes sense they'd have this. Yeah, it's just kind of cool how they only have the songs that are actually logical for them to have access to. Like, they don't have Spampton's themes, they don't have Jevel's theme, you know? It's pretty cool. But I prefer this one. Crash Bang Boom! Lancer. Good song. Nice town, Chief. I think we're gonna like it here. Cool city. As thanks, you can listen to all sorts of songs here. Don't think it'll be cheap, though. It's free. What? Okay, well, that's everything. See ya, smell ya, hear ya. Okay, that wasn't as annoying as it could have been. Let me past! Jeez, just a wall. Wall of NPCs. Yay, this car. I saved it. Huzzah. I've been training. Don't ask what I've been training, though. Are you impressed? Yes, I'm very impressed. It seems to be locked. It may never open again. That's not what I wanted to interact with. Lol. Oh ho, welcome home. Things have changed here again in Jaru Town. Interesting. This is a dream that grows with love and care. Interesting. Hopes and dreams that have been enhanced with love and care. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Don't be afraid to dream. More evidence that dreams are a source of power in this setting. I wonder if she'll be back. Hey, boss, we're just reminiscing about fighting you. I think they're talking about Noelle? Haha, that's right. They took so long on their turn. What? A horn girl? I never got to see her. Thanks for getting rid of Queen. Yeah, this form is much cooler, so I'm keeping it. Fair enough. I like how you can still find some of these, like, fake buildings. Just sort of hinting at the fact that more places are going to be added in future chapters. What a wonderful place. Thank you. This town, not that restaurant. It looks weird. I'm not going in. That's funny. Young masters, thank you for such a wide space to clean. The people here have such clean hearts as well. Sukiri. It's nice to make friends that like good, clean fun. Sukiri. Mama Miba, welcome to Top Bakery. Our special chefs spin baked goods at the top of their class. Hathy's happy to see so many new faces. Happy's Hathy. Good pun. Okay, let's go into some of these places. Funny enough, yeah, like I said, I've been looking at power levels and stuff. It's a bed for 3 people, or 1 300 person. And these two, Clover and Wire, are unironically some of the most powerful entities in the game. Like, Wire is more powerful, but not as much. Like, the gap is not as vast as you would expect. Like, Clover is actually kind of a beast. Who's that tall, dark, and kind of creepy person? You mean the Wire? Their neck just looks so fluffy. So, like I care, she wants to rub her face in it. Looks like it won't forgive you for sparing it. Unless you can beat it in a fight. Very Dragon Ball. My power level is falling behind the others. All I can do is gasp and comment on the battle. Yeah, again, quite the Dragon Ball reference. And it is true. Like, Bloxers are, like, decent tier enemies in, like, the first chapter, but they are utterly outscaled by the Chapter 2 enemies. Okay, time for the battles. Hey, boss, how can I help you? Challenge. I already beat Jigsaw Joe and the Grace Challenge and the Clover rematch. Time for Task Manager Says. Winning's as easy as ABC. You've got 3 chances, boss. Task Manager is also a very powerful entity. More powerful than most, anyway. As is appropriate of a mini-boss. Although, funny enough, she's not as powerful as Clover. That's kind of interesting. Like, most enemies in Chapter 1 are totally outscaled by Chapter 2 enemies, but there's a few exceptions, and Clover is one of them. She continues to be one of the most powerful entities. Chaos, chaos! No, order, order! Now get rid of all that... Oh god, I was trying to read! Okay. Fairly easy. An amazing battle. And, like, that wasn't even really a battle. So, like, it's not really showing Task Manager's full strength. As promised, here's your reward. You received $250. Although, right there, it says $250, not dark dollars. And yet, yeah, it increases our dark dollars. So I guess just anytime they put the dollar, it is assumed to be dark dollars. Why is the claimed different sizes for each one of these? Do you notice that? Like, why are they all different sizes? They start from the same spot. That's silly. Face everyone in a row. It'll take some stamina. Round 1. Okay. War wires are decently dangerous, but when you have Ralsei with you, they can be taken care of pretty quickly. Oh yeah. Easy peasy. Okay. Oh my god. Jesus. Damn, they knew what I'd fall for. Okay. Easy enough. You showed that virus. Wee woo. Okay, this is a fairly easy bullet pattern. Sucking up coffee out of a tall glass. Oh, because the needle is its mouth. Weird. Oh, I never noticed the needle's like moving in and out of its mouth. I don't think I like that. Ambulance? Hell no. Like doctors even get me. Susie told you avoid getting hit by the ambulances. Oh. Whoops. You showed that virus. Wee woo. Ah! Ah! I'm bad. Okay, easy enough. Dang. Tired of being pushed around. Ah! Okay. Spare that. And then spare that. Dang. I will say, one thing that's like kind of impressive about Task is that it can meow so loudly that its screams are damaging to you, which is kind of funny. Finished on all fours. Started petting peanut butter on a spoon and put it in her trap. Susie was captured. Susie! The hell you playing me for? You made the trap! Easy peasy. Oh god. These guys are a pain. Okay, so let's just make everyone cold, I reckon. Ice skating pond. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Thank you, young masters. Ah. It looks like they're dabbing. Like, dab, I'm out. Oh god. Okay. So one werewire is one werewire is already one of the most dangerous entities in the game. So two of them is actually kind of terrifying. Sweet little werewire. So being sweet, like, increases the effectiveness of other actions. But Axe became more effective. So, like, normally Susie's little hit would only do 12%, but because I did the Be Nice, it did 24%. Oh my god. That is terrifying. You beat them up. The air crackles with fighting spirit. Rase winks demurely. Demurely? Oh god. Jesus. Okay, we're gonna be tough, and then you're going to spare werewire. Okay, phew. Now this should be a lot more manageable. Like, this attack's actually okay when you're not dealing with other bullets! Easy. Easy peasy. Oh, Rose! Where wire's wire is loose. Or, well, it would be. Feels stupid to use a healing item. Whatever. It's just a healing item. And I could always get more dark burgers. Okay. We all survived. Huzzah. Huzzah! Victory? Hell yeah. An amazing battle. No kidding. As promised, here's your reward. You receive Tension Gem. What does that do? Not bad. Okay. There's that taken care of. Oh wait, did you get new dialogue? Yeah, okay. Now for the bakery. Mamma mia, I was rejected from the cafe. What can I do now? Mamma mia, you returned my cake to me. Mwah, I will never forget your kindness. Every day I will give you dizzying flavors. Every day the flavors will become stronger. That's the power of Baker's arms. What? You got spin cake. I can only generate one spin cake at a time. Please finish your cake and I'll give you another. Oh my gosh. Here's what's funny. So you see how there's, Mustache Lancer here? Oh, I am Chef Lancer. Try my delicious hand-formed cookies. They are free for a price. What's the price? $0. Take cookie. You already took a cookie. Wait, I'm still regenerating from the last one. Now here's the funny thing. if you pause, like, you know, Lancer, Mustache Lancer's right there. Hit items. Ooh la la! Who is that handsome mustachioed boy? I think I'm in love. And then if you close it again and you open it, it will heal you at times of need. Maybe if you need to be healed 1 HP. Lol. I could have sworn there was some dialogue about him being like breathing heavily and being like, oh my gosh. I can't believe. Maybe that's elsewhere. Maybe that's not with Mustache Lancer. Well, well, welcome to Top Bakery. I am this bakery's smith, Malleus. I do not know what any of these strange tools are for, but using my skills, I can fuse items to create new ones. I like how he messes up the phrase. Like, instead of kick off my shoes, it's, you know, kick off my feet. Okay, let's check the cafe. Oh boy. Okay, so... I mean, I'll talk to everyone real quick. Good evening, boss. Today's meal is crisps number E23D28. It's been deep fried with the finest JPEG artifacting. I hope it suits your palate. Palate. Okay. Good evening, boss. We found a strange hooligan trying to turn the cafe into a second bakery. He was spinning and crying as my men carried him out. We do not predict any further difficulties. Now, please, you've worked hard, boss. Relax and enjoy yourself. Recommendation. For the young human, we recommend a chocolate blueberry latte. Well, you know Chris well. Boss, please try not to use all of the sugar. Okay, so now I must do... You're treating me? Oh, you shouldn't have smiled. Okay, yeah, so... Ah! Boss, this cafe sure is so unrefined, so plain. Why don't we make it into an animal cafe? You can be one of the animals too, boss. Lamau. I'm not going to read too much into that. Seems well behaved. Okay, now comes the tedious part of checking every new recruit against every other recruit and see if they have unique dialogue. So, I'm gonna do that real quick. If there's anything of note, I will show it to you. Peepoo, nothing beats a nice shot of espresso. Want me to give you a shot too? Nomu, very good. It's drinking KK's Electric Milk JPEG. I wonder if this is in reference to the... It's got to be a reference to the almond milk that the Sweet Cap'n Cakes will drink if you damage them too much. That's funny. It has some kind of energy drink. Makes sense. It's drinking melted cheese. Lol. Want to share my soda? We'll both get sick that way. Funny guy. Boss, shall we sit down and enjoy a nice Earl Grey? That is a good type of tea if Star Trek The Next Generation is anything to go by. It's crushing its energy drink with its hand. I guess the Wire just doesn't like the company or something. It's getting electricity from the melted cheese like a water wheel. Okay. Hey boss, oh, a dark candy snurfing. I don't know why I read that one. Generating electricity from Dark World stuff. It's kind of interesting. It might... Maybe that's an opaque reference to my theory about how the core and Undertale may have been a dark world or a dark fountain, and like it was the source of the electricity in the underground. I don't know. Might be something. Oh, finally, a new one. God, I've gone through so many combinations. We'll make sure to clean our plates. Tsukiri. I'm the dust off his shoulder. Tsukiri. That's so cute. You know, I'm a little surprised that these two don't have any unique dialogue. Like, they're both mice. They're even both, like, kind of shades of purple. So, yeah, kind of a strange missed opportunity. Oh well. Nope. Wire, and head healthy. Oh, instead of crushing its energy drink, it's just silent. It seems relaxed. Its partner is so quiet. Interesting. So clearly they enjoy each other's company, which makes sense to a degree. Curious. Okay, I found another one. We don't get along, but we can drink together. I'll get you next time, Peepo. Want some more sugar? That's cute. It's the law versus chaos, but they secretly admire each other dynamic. It's always fun. It's like Odo and Quark from Deep Space Nine. I seem to recall if you replace everyone with cats, or tasks, I should say, that Task Manager says something. Boss. Oh. Guess not. Maybe I'm misremembering. Brr. Meow. It's like they're... It's almost like they're making the onomatopoeias of what their sound effects are. Okay, when it's Werewire and Werewire, the Werewire says it's crushing many of the surrounding drinks. Like it's trying to prove its power. Okay, so maybe it's... Whenever it's crushing its drink as its default, that's its way of asserting its superior power level, asserting its dominance. Whereas when it's facing another one of its kind, it goes into overdrive. It seems annoyed that its energy drink has been crushed. Understandable, understandable. Oh, wow. If you fill it up with butlers, you get them saying, "Boss, are you enjoying your butler cafe?" Ah, and here's the other part of the Werewire and Head Hathie interaction. If the Werewire is sitting at a different table and isn't getting to sit with Head Hathie, it seems overcome with jealousy. So that's interesting. Yeah. Very cute. Okay. I think I've tried every conceivable combination in order to see if it gives any new dialogue. If I missed any, oh well. I tried. It took me like the better part of an hour to do them all. There were so many combinations. And I have to check not just for whether these two interact, but if there's a tertiary reaction from the other seats. So, yeah. Quite... Ugh. Oh, my eyes. Quite the mess. Anyway, that's that done. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at the castle. Newbert's had a wild ride. Time to settle down. Give my riches to the weak. With this windfall, I've ceased to be spherical. Newbert, you're one of a kind. Hilarious. Oh boy, I'm trashy. Haha. I bet I'm gonna make a lot of new friends. Oh, who is this guy? He's scary. Lol. How about a strawberry cake as a room-warming gift? There's a slice of cake in your fridge, Susie. But it's not cauldron fresh. This door... Gosh, I mean, I'm sure I've already discussed it when I first looked at it. But the 6 wings with the crown and the heart... It's very Seraphim-esque, like, be not afraid, angel stuff. So, interesting. Okay. Let's go talk to the bad guys. Okay. Hello, King. You may have bested me, but you'll soon face someone more fearsome, more tyrannical than you could ever imagine. Queen? We already met her. What? Wow, nice hamster wheel. I mean, he was paying her compliments, so clearly he respects her on some level. So you too have come to humiliate me? No, I am serious. It's cool. That water bottle, however... Do not speak ill of the royal water bottle. It's nothing compared to the one in my mansion. Sadly, we could not access her royal water bottle as we needed the throne of the gods in order to get over the tables, which for some reason we did not bring with us. Materialistic as always. Materialism evaluation denied. I simply give myself the treatment I deserve. You slept curled up on a dirty throne every day. Enough, wench! What purpose have you here, Queenie Beanie? Just thought I would send a message, Kingy Wingy. That you don't have to worry about Lancer. I will be looking after him from now on. So this is a funny detail because on the one hand, you know, this suggests, because Queen never met Lancer during the events of Chapter 2. Lancer was in our pocket the whole time, and the second he wasn't in our pocket, he was turned to stone. So the only opportunity she could possibly have had, and like she couldn't have met him when we came in, like when we just now arrived, because Lancer's still in our pocket. So the only explanation is that she knew of him from before. However, Lancer never mentions her or acknowledges knowing her. Like, he refers to her as a wild mom. And while it's not necessarily... It could be interpreted as him saying, oh, she's like my mom, but wild or whatever. You'd think that he would spell that out a little more clearly. And, well, King and Queen obviously have a history together, so... After all, I am his mother. I like how she turns to the camera as if she was revealing some dramatic revelation. When was that decided? And so, and like, that's the other detail, is like, the king is like, you know, you aren't, like, he's acting like the idea that she's Lancer's mother is just not true. Like, he's like, that has never been the case. And like, when, like, so that's an interesting detail. Because it's this strange inner, like, circle where it's like, King and Queen clearly know each other. Queen knows of Lancer, but Lancer doesn't know Queen. And never brings her up before. So it's strange. Arbitrarily, right now. And it could just be all one big meta joke on how, oh, everyone thought that she'd be his mother, and it's a big reveal, but it's actually not, and it's just sort of made out as a joke. Do what you please with the boy, but if he cries, bounce him on the ground like a ball. Look at his goofy little face. I mean, you can definitely tell the family resemblance. I think it's time to abort this conversation. As you wish. Oh, quite sorry, mine king. Queen hath a new man about town now. Who? Like, I love how he's just like, one word. Who? Man, I would not want to be the target of King's ire. Like, this dude's a psychopath. I mean, he might not be as psychotic now that he's away from the Dark Fountain, but I'm just saying, he's a scary guy. Yeah, who? I think I left my puzzle on. Post haste. Who was that, bro? Oh, man. Hilarious. Definitely showcases Rules Card's crush on Queen. Sigh, that was my son's. Lesser father. Lamau cannot calculate someone less than you. Begone! Bye-bye, Kiggy Wingy. By the way, did you want anything from the store? Cashews. Order processed. I guess that's a cute detail. It's like, even though, you know, they're clearly... They have a complex dynamic. The queen's still, like, you know, getting groceries for him. Like, getting him little food items. And it's like, I don't know. There's a family dynamic there, even if they're not on the best of terms. Oh yeah, that's another funny detail. Rules card's also in our inventory, so somehow he got out, went over to the left, entered from the right, entered over, was like blah blah blah, I'm a goobar, or I'm a goober, and then he left, and then now he's back in our pocket. The evidence for Rules card having teleportation powers is mounting. We have nothing to discuss. Okay, fine. My brand new... This maybe isn't the best thing in your room. I love it. Susie's room. Oh. Haha, jealous of my cool statue, Chris? Huh? What? No, it's not me. It's just cool. It's interesting, because that's clearly the person from the prophecy, and it's also very clearly reminiscent of Susie. Although, yeah, no, I mean, it looks like her. In every conceivable way. And then, of course... So, this was in the gift you gave me. The hell did you have this? Chris? Ooh, can I make it a little dress? No touching my doll when I'm not here! If you don't want it, Chris would take it. When did I say I was gonna give it anyway? Give it away. Aw, they're so cute. Ah. Susie, Chris, toothpaste boy. Queen is teaching me all sorts of things about being a bad guy. She's like, how do I put this? A third father to me. A girl dad, if you will. And like, he wouldn't say this if he knew her already, you know? This is something he would say if he just met Queen. So, there's some confusing circular logic here. Also, how long... Again, Lancer's in our inventory, but also he's here hanging out with Queen. And he's been around her long enough to be learning things. It's a bit confused. Go outside and play, Peach Boy. Peach Boy, Peach Boy. Adorable. And then if I go to the key items... Okay, here it is. Huff, puff. There, I got back in your pocket. Now I can use my power. So, like, I wonder, can I do one of these? Like, yeah, he's in my pocket and also on screen at the same time. Doesn't really make sense, does it? Yeah, go figure. Welcome. This entire castle is now my room. I was going to set up something upstairs. Why, I already have everything I could ever want. Friendship, fans, and a small round boy. Now go and play with your friends, Peach Boy. Peach Boy, Peach Boy. Chris, do give Noelle my regards. Any leftover regards you can give to Birdly. God, she is the funniest character. She is undeniably the funniest character. I keep ending up in this situation. Can't say I'm a fan, or can I? Yeah, he has CD bagels now because the Sweet Captain Cakes gave them all to him to sell. And here we can buy dark burgers and stuff. More amber cards, spooky sword. Well, what have we here? You managed to find another shadow crystal. Oh, is that so? That salesman had found the crystal in the old machine? So the crystal was in the old machine, the shadow crystal. Fascinating. Notably, this line doesn't specify when Spamton found it, because Spamton spent lots of time praying in the basement. So it's entirely possible that he found the machine and took the crystal out of the machine. And it wasn't until around the events of this chapter that he had finally found a way to upload himself into the machine. So he could have been looking at that crystal for ages before he ever gained access to the Neo robot. Or, well, not gained access to, but gained the ability to upload into the Neo robot. So, it's interesting. I wonder if perhaps long ago that old machine was very important to someone. You see, further supporting my hopes and dreams theory that Sham, who's clearly super wise on this stuff, is like, if it was so powerful and it had a shadow crystal, perhaps it was very important to someone. That's interesting as well. Maybe that suggests shadow crystals maybe I wonder if they're a manifestation of hopes and dreams. I still haven't come up with a theory on what shadow crystals really are. There's lots of possibilities. Perhaps. Or maybe it's just a hunch. Okay, that's an interesting line. A certain lightner, perhaps. Oh, okay. For a second there, I thought Sham was suggesting a specific lightner may be at fault, or maybe involved. But no. As a follow-up to his previous line, he was specifying that it was important to a lightner, emphasizing that it's the hopes and dreams of lightners that are powerful. At any rate, it's truly unfortunate a Darkener decided to steal that power. Or is it fortunate? Because of that, you found a new crystal. Here, let me hold on to that for you. Ha ha ha. You have collected 2 shadow crystals, but don't let down your guard. I feel your next opponent may be... In reality, it may be impossible to win. Unless you use the power of the Shadow Mantle. Which is interesting. It presumably involves the shadow crystals in some way. I mean, Shadow Mantle. Here, it may look like an old scrap of cloth, but... I can't find it. Did someone take it? Well now, there goes your one chance of victory. You have collected 2 shadow crystals. Unfortunately, without the Shadow Mantle, at 2 you may remain. Fate is approaching, and it is not on your side. That's a very poignant line, that fate is not on our side. It definitely supports my time loop theory. Like, we're fated to be in a time loop, which means fate is not on our side. And, you know, something that kind of occurs to me. I mean, there's 2 things to discuss regarding the Shadow Mantle. 1, where is it? Who took it? And 2, what is it? What does it do? And as far as who took it, there's a couple options. It could have been... Well, it could have been anybody. It could have been Jevil, it could have been Lancer, it could have been the King, it could have been Queen, it could have been the Roaring Knight, it could have been Gaster. Like, there's so many options. As for what it does, let me see you again, or not. Ha ha ha. Yeah, sorry, that music was really loud. As for what it does, it's necessary for defeating an opponent. So clearly, and it's a mantle, meaning it's probably either some form of armor or defensive magic. Like maybe it lets us negate some unbeatable power that some opponent has. And I mean, what unbeatable power it is hard to judge, because, you know, it could be anything. It could be, oh, when you're near me, I can absorb your health and instantly heal mine, and that means that you'll never have enough durability to take me down before I kill you. Or it could be, I can stop time, and only the Shadow Mantle, with its reality warping abilities, can negate its effects on you. You know, stuff like that. Like, there's lots of options for what it could be. Beyond that, I mean, it's a Shadow Mantle. It could grant intangibility, or invincibility, or invulnerability. Like, there's so many possibilities. Although one thing that kind of caught my eye which I will point out. Now, people point out that Ralsei wears a cloak in Chapter 1, so maybe that was a shadow mantle, which is possible. You'd think he'd, pipe up if that was the case, but whatever. I also noticed in the back corner over there, there's like a cloth on the ground, possibly. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Not the back corner, in just the back wall. So maybe that's the shadow mantle. I mean, there's no way to prove it, but it's a possibility. Now I forget. Was it in this chapter? I seem to recall Sham having some different dialogue, but it might have been in Chapter 1. Let me take a look. One thing that's interesting about Sham is that he seems, or they, or whatever, we don't know their pronouns. They always seem to know more than they should. Like, they always seem to know where you should be going and where you need to go in order to progress the plot. Like, when you first get here at the start of Chapter 2, he'll nudge you towards going to the castle because you have to see your bedrooms before Ralsei will let you progress. And then after you go, or not Ralsei will let you, but the game will let you progress. After you see the rooms, Sean will be like, okay, now you need to go to the light world, which again is like almost like he knows you need to go visit a dark fountain in the library. And it just sort of lends this idea to me that maybe Sham has a certain degree of deja vu regarding this timeline. And like that's why he can remember, or they can remember stuff that we cannot. Or just remember stuff in general. Like it's almost like they know, they have like a vague feeling of you should probably go there. Like that's where you need to go next. So, an interesting thought. Okay, I was looking at some of Sham's dialogue. It changes depending on if you have shadow crystals or not. If you don't have shadow crystals, then Sham will comment on the new faces in town. He'll say, it warms my fluff to see such hope. There's so many fresh faces in town. I was even surprised to see the queen again. Same as ever. Well, aren't we all? So Sham also knows the queen. So clearly the queen, Sham, the king, they were all part of the same court or the same, they occupied a similar space for some period of time. So, okay. Next he says, some of the other dialogue, depending on how many people he recruited, he'll say, those young men have made an interesting shop. They're leaving the bagel business, so I have the rest of their remaining stock. By the by, it's growing late, isn't it? You should hurry home once you finish your business here. You don't want to get caught when the sun goes down. What's interesting there is that at first glance, when he says, or they say that you don't want to get caught when the sun goes down, that suggests that, your first instinct is to assume that means something could get us. Like there's something dangerous out and about. Either in the hometown or in the dark world or something. Something mysterious and dangerous. However, with hindsight, it could also mean that Sham has some knowledge about what Chris is going to do this evening. And remember, Chris is going to do some sneaking about and creating a dark fountain and slicing tires and stuff like that. And so this line, you don't want to get caught when the sun goes down, takes on a new connotation. It's like Sham is saying, you don't want to get caught in the middle of your schemes. You don't want to get caught in the middle of slicing tires or whatever. So you need to make sure you get home at the right time. So, again, further supporting the notion that Sham has foreknowledge. And that foreknowledge has to come from somewhere. And I'm inclined to think it comes from either shadow crystals or deja vu or some other time loop shenanigans. So yeah, interesting stuff. Okay, let us go to the light world and, well, wrap up this chapter. So interesting the way this portal to the light world seems to function. Interesting. Ralsei, such a cutie. Now, I doubt there's anything new in the school worth acknowledging. But I'll go through it just in case. But yeah, no, the layout of the school makes no sense. Like, where are these windows coming from? How does... like... Yeah, like, we are not given nearly enough visuals to comprehend this nonsense layout. Ah, Jockington. I hear that there's something on Toby Fox's... well, I guess it's not his Twitter anymore, but his... Blue Sky or something? I don't know what the social media is called. But something involving Jockington in the next few chapters, which I'm not surprised by. Yeah, he's been pretty well set up as a character who, along with Caddy, should be coming to the Dark World at some point. It's also really funny how nobody has seats. Everyone's just standing. That makes Chris falling asleep at the start of Chapter 2 even more impressive. It's like, how did you manage that? So there are chairs in this stupid school. We're just not allowed to have any, apparently. Only Toriel's class gets chairs. Oh yeah, all the toys are cleaned up. There used to be little toy blocks lying around. It's an orange. It's unknown if it's safe for teachers to teach this. It's so good. It's a picture of your brother and you playing video games. Your brother's using the knockout controller. Miss Toriel is written in cursive on the dry erase board. Seems like it hasn't been erased in a very long time. You know, that almost makes me wonder if the implication is that Toriel and Asgore have been apart for a very long time. Because, you know, if she was married, you'd think it would say Mrs. Toriel. Or Mrs. Dreamer, even. So this almost seems to suggest that Asgore and her have been separated for quite some time. Literally sniffing markers. Shape, circle, oval, square, hyperdodecahedron, which is a higher dimensional shape, which may or may not reflect the nature of dark fountains and the dark world and the soul of the planet. Ah! Okay, let's get out of here. Also, I just noticed, and it kind of triggers me slightly, the tiles. Why are the tiles crooked? Why are they at an angle? They should be aligned with the walls of the room. Okay, it works fine here because... Actually, and it works fine in these hallways because these are actually... The tiles are actually aligned with the walls. But in this hallway, it's like the corner is hitting the walls, which is messed up, man. Same thing here. Okay, that's just... I guess that's just a quirk of this weird kind of, like, not quite head-on angle that we're looking at the game in. Like, it's technically at an angle. That's why we can see, like... For example, that's why we can see these lockers. It's because we're sort of viewing it from an angle rather than head on. So weird little quirk. You think it's true? You really think there's what? You chicken? Haha. You got a beak and wings like a chicken? You also have a beak and wings, my dude. No, just... I ain't afraid. Only kids believe that stuff. But Chris... You gotta be a weenie like Chris. You want to say that again? I mean, I don't have much to say on this. There's clearly some rumor or history in town involving the bunker. And Chris was involved, and presumably something... spooky or bad happened involving Chris and this bunker, and you know, clearly Snowy, I'm shocked I remembered his name, clearly Snowy has some sort of like Oh man, you can actually hear the... Oh yeah, it's like an engine rumbling, or like a generator rumbling inside the bunker. Interesting. Yeah, I guess Snowy doesn't think that, the implication is that Chris said something about something scary happening, or at least Chris came back traumatized in some way, and so Snowy thinks that Chris was just being a baby and got spooked over nothing, whereas, other people like Monster Kid thinks something's going on. Susie, didn't see you there. Wow, really something scary in there, huh? Sounds to me like you'd better worry about what's out here first. Ah! You okay, Chris? What's the deal with this place? Well, you don't gotta talk about it. Something kind of interesting there. I mean, it's possible Susie's just out of the loop, but the fact that she doesn't know anything about the bunker, and she doesn't know what the rumors are and how they connect to Chris, suggests that whatever... I mean, it just sort of further supports the notion that Susie is a relative newcomer in the hometown. Like, she wasn't here when the other kids were growing up. It's locked. Interesting. So, this is your idea of hanging out, Chris? Going to the graveyard? Works for me, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty edgy, but I guess that suits Susie's public image. Mutler, a big bone for the leader of the pack. I think I already discussed most of these dudes in the last chapter, like lore playthrough. Not much to say here. Gerson, renowned historian, author, and teacher. Chris, welcome. It's interesting that Alvin doesn't have a talk sprite. Did you seek something from me? And he also doesn't have a unique voice audio. Like when he talks here, he just does the standard beep 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 sound. Whereas for main characters, they get their own little or whatever. Gerson. It's been a few years since my father passed on. Fans of his famous book series, Lord of the Hammer, we still received condolences from them until just recently. A brave man, brilliant and sharp. If he was brave, that implies that he faced some sort of dangerous situation and, was like, it sounds like something you would say if someone who did something courageous, like maybe fought in a war, which is what, Gerson did in Undertale. But whether or not such a thing happened in this timeline is unclear. Chris, it is a shame you are not able to have him as a teacher. What's interesting about that is that Gerson's only been dead for a couple years. Chris is presumably around high school age. I mean, it's hard to tell, to be honest. They could be anywhere from, they gotta be high school age, right? It'd be weird if they were any younger than that. But yeah. What was I saying? But yeah, if Chris is high school aged, and Gerson only died a couple years ago, then but Chris never got the chance to have him as a teacher. That either suggests... Well, and here's the thing, though, is that, it seems like Gerson taught kids, young kids, because the classroom with Gerson's picture in it was the classroom with lots of toys and games and seemed very childish. So that kind of implies to me that Gerson was, the elementary school teacher, and then Toriel was, the middle school teacher, and then Alfie's is the high school teacher. It's one of those, collective... schools where they teach all ages. But if that's the case, that means Chris either wasn't attending school at that age for whatever reason, or that Chris only arrived after they were past the age of which you would take Gerson's class. Like, maybe they arrived around middle school age, which is interesting. But at the same time, the implication is that Chris and Noelle and Asriel were kind of grew up together. So it's like the timeline, like they're giving us hints to the timeline. But in order to piece it together, we have to know some details, like when did Chris start going to school? When did Chris arrive in the hometown? When did they befriend Noelle and start bonding with Asriel? And of course, what class, like what age demographic did Gerson teach? Like, was he teaching all ages and including the young kids? If that's the case, then that suggests that Chris just wasn't attending school until the last couple of years. Considering how much they sleep in class, it could be that, it took a lot of effort on the Dreamer's part to convince them to go to school. I don't know. There's clearly some mystery going on there, but I feel like I'm lacking some key details to understand exactly what the timeline looks like. Difficult for Miss Alphys as his replacement. Okay, well, there's that line, which further confuses me, because there's clearly a kid class, but there's also... I don't know. So Alphys is clearly teaching the high school age group. Okay, I think the implication is just that Gerson was the high school teacher, Chris was here since they were a kid, but by the time they reached high school age, Gerson was already dead. And so Chris never got to have him as a teacher. That's my best guess. Let us pray that the angel will smile upon her. The angel. Interesting. Ah, Chris, your brother. He is a very kind young man. Perhaps even a little overzealous in his younger days. He would visit me often to confess to various sins, despite the absence of sin or confession in our religion. That's kind of interesting. I mean, the absence of confession isn't too strange. Very few religions actually, I think, partake in that specific practice, at least not in the Roman Catholic style. But the absence of sin, that's interesting. The concept of sin does not exist in this religion, which means that morality, I suppose, doesn't really exist in their religion. Or if it does exist, they don't believe in this idea of, like, tallying up your mistakes. Because, like, it could be that hell doesn't exist in their religion. And if hell doesn't exist, or some equivalent to hell, some bad place, then sin becomes less relevant. It's like progressing towards, like if you're looking at something like Buddhism, doing bad things causes you to be reincarnated into a lower form of life, to kind of teach you a lesson. But even then, it's less about morality and more about, I don't know, it's complicated. Okay, yeah, looking into it, it seems like sin is mostly an Abrahamic religion concept. So Christianity, Judaism, Islam. It's the idea of, like, there's a divine creed, and if you, like, a divine law, and if you break that law, that is a sin, and therefore you must be punished, just as you would be punished in a law enforcement situation. However, a lot of Eastern traditions, like Buddhism, don't regard... It's not sin in the traditional sense. It's more like there's ignorance and harm and disharmony. Like, if you act in harmony with the world around you, then it will bring good things to the world. Whereas if you act in a way that brings harm upon others, it will... the idea of karma isn't even... Like, karma is the big concept, right? Like, you do something bad will happen to you. But it's not this idea of justice. It's not this idea of punishment and law and order. It's this idea of cause and effect. That if you put out something into the world, then it'll swing back around to you. So if you do good things, good things will happen to you. Bad things will happen to you. It's not about right and wrong or good and evil or sin and punishment. It's just about cause and effect. And so, like, becoming a good person is just about living a harmonious way, not about, trying to avoid being punished for mistakes. So it's like in those kinds of traditions, there aren't really bad people. There's just people who are ignorant or misguided or prone to making mistakes that ultimately harm themselves. And so enlightenment is not about, obeying a god. It's about aligning yourself with a more harmonious existence that stops resulting in your own suffering. It's about minimizing your own suffering. And usually the way to minimize your own suffering is, going to end up minimizing the suffering of others, because hurting others also hurts yourself. So, yeah. So I'm guessing that's the kind of religion this angel religion is supposed to be kind of mimicked after, where it's like, it's not about good or evil. It's about learning and growth and trying to become a better person, so that way you will suffer less, and so that way the people around you will suffer less. It's much less judgmental in that regard. Yeah. Whereas I guess in Western traditions, there's a much greater idea of like, oh, once you are bad enough, you're evil forever. That, you go to hell and you stay there for eternity. Because, people changing is impossible, I guess. Yeah, I definitely am more of a Buddhist when it comes to that attitude towards humanity. Like, I also think everyone can change and grow and become better over time. I think the idea that, you live one lifetime and then you end up in hell is, like, super unfair. It's like, what if I had a terrible childhood or I grew up in a terrorist cell? And it's like, I didn't know what I was doing was wrong. But I had to spend eternity in hell for doing what I thought was right? Like, that's not fair. It's ignorant, but it's not fair. Or let me rephrase. What I did was ignorant, but it wasn't a result of evil. So, yeah. Okay. Interesting. So that's the kind of attitude that Toby Fox has. And I mean, we've always kind of known that. Like, even back in... Like, one of the recurring themes in these games, with Undertale and Deltarune, is this idea that nobody is beyond redemption. If given enough time, anyone can become a better person. Flowey was literally a psychotic, murderous flower who quite literally had no soul. That's about as definitively evil as... Like, such an entity would be unequivocally denounced as evil in most Western religions. Like, with no possible hope for redemption. He would just be labeled a demon, actually. But clearly, Undertale takes a different stance. And we see that even all the way through to the end of the No Mercy route, where Sans is like, do you think that anyone, no matter how bad, could change? It's like, at first he's wondering if that's what's going on. Obviously he eventually realizes, nah, you're not doing this because of good or evil. You're not a bad person. You're just doing something because you can. because it's within your power to do so, and it has nothing to do with morality. Which is why he stops philosophizing at you. It's because he realizes that there's no point. But yeah, I do agree with Toby Fox, though, on this topic, which is that I don't think people are bad. I think people are ignorant or misguided or so traumatized that they lash out at others out of a misguided sense of self-preservation, but I don't think people are bad. Bit of a segue there. I remember his small face sobbing as he admitted he had dropped the lizard in the pit to jump high, nearly omitting the fact that he had done so in a videos game. He also confessed to various sins on your behalf. Also, the fact that he says videos game pretty firmly confirms that this must be taking place in, like, around the time frame of the 2020s. Because if this was taking place any farther in the future, no one would be like, what's a videos game? Like, that's not going to be a thing. And if it was any further in the past, there wouldn't be video games at all. So like, this has to be at least, after the release of Super Mario World, or, this universe's equivalent. So, like, late 90s, I think. I don't actually know. When was Super Mario World released? It was released in 1990, actually. So this has to be at least after the 90s. At the absolute earliest, it could be taking place in the early 90s. Although there's also social media, which didn't really pop off until the 2010s. So this has to be... Yeah, it's incredibly likely this takes place in the 2010s or 2020s. Because, yeah, the Gerson referring to videos game would not make sense for any other time period. Yeah, okay, so yeah, that's just the general time frame. And also, Asriel is a very sensitive young man who felt bad even for fictional characters dying. Begging for your forgiveness for dropping the lizard on purpose. I would always forgive him and send him home. Aw, what a nice guy. As per the ritual, a hammer is buried in the earth here. It implies his existence. So yeah, this is, I've talked about this to death. My most famous video is all about this topic. But yeah, the whole idea of, like, this seems very similar to the cultural traditions of Undertale, where they put the ashes of someone, or the dust of someone, on their favorite object in order to remember them by. Or to, like, imbue it with their essence. In fact, while it's never explicitly stated, it is possible that the dust, that the object, like, they put the dust on an object and bury it underground, just like they do in Deltarune, but in Undertale. Because at no point in Undertale, in all our treks through the underground, do we encounter an object that anyone acknowledges as being an object that dust had been spread upon. Like, ignoring Flowey. But, like, when we pop into people's houses, there's not, like, a vase in the corner, or a book, or a sword, or something like that, that you interact with, and someone's like, oh yeah, that was my great-grandfather's favorite sword, and, it's imbued with his dust. Like, it seems like they don't keep these objects, so it may very well be that the objects are buried. So, it's an interesting thought. To symbolize his existence. To connect his spirit to the divine. Huh. An interesting thought. It's very interesting that the idea of spreading their dust on their favorite thing and then burying it connects their spirit to the divine. That almost seems to imply that the earth itself is, like, the source of the religion in this universe. Like, maybe, the divine entity that they're referring to, like, within their religion, like, they call it an angel, but it could actually just be a Final Fantasy VII situation where the real source of life after death and spirituality and, stuff like that stems from the soul of the planet, the life force, the life stream, whatever you want to call it. That's an interesting connection. Originally a smith by trade, he began writing history. Being a smith is interesting, because let me check something. So a smith is, shorthand for a blacksmith, which is someone who, uses a forge and an anvil to, repair or create metal tools such as, hammers, shovels, swords, shields, whatever. Now, while there have been blacksmiths up through to the modern age, it is very much, in the last century or so, more of a hobby and a sort of DIY sort of thing than anything that one would call a trade. Like, it hasn't been, it kind of peaked in medieval times and declined towards, modern days. So the idea that he was originally a blacksmith implies Gerson was ridiculously old. Maybe he was able to find work in that trade in the 1900s and even the 2000s. Yeah, I don't know, the 1900s. It's a little dubious. Whereas if he's centuries or thousands of years old, then that could make more sense. I don't know. It just makes me wonder if they still follow the rules from Undertale, where a monster lives forever until they have kids. I don't know. It's interesting. And it would make sense for someone who's lived for centuries to write history if you lived through it. As a means to entertain his children. Yeah. That such a story, created for such a simple purpose, could blossom into such a large, wonderful, world-changing thing. That is the majesty of words, Chris. My father was blessed to have such a talent for writing. Yeah. Yeah, that hits pretty close to home as an aspiring writer myself. Good day, Chris. May the angel watch over you. Interesting. Gerson Boom Memorial Bench. Throughout my career, some of my best ideas came from dreams. There's dreams again. Take a rest here. If anyone asks, you're writing. Gerson was a funny guy. Okay. You heard Alvin mumbling to himself as you walked away. Were you proud of me, Father? And is it right for this hammer to... Yeah, that's interesting. Were you proud of me, Father? Implying that either A, he's wondering if Gerson was proud of him in general, or if he was proud of him for some specific act. And secondly, he's wondering if it was right for this hammer to something. Which obviously fuels my Gerson is the knight theory, or my Oberon Smog theory. But it implies there's something... I mean, on the surface, it could be that he's wondering if it's right for the hammer to be in the grave. But that seems like a weird sentiment. I mean, is he just concerned that it wasn't Gerson's true favorite thing? You know? Seems like that would be the simplest explanation, but I would assume there's something deeper going on regarding what has happened to the hammer. Interesting. Also, the angel symbol is above the gate here. Makes sense, since this is supposed to be a cemetery or a graveyard, or whatever the difference is. I've looked it up before, but I don't remember. But yeah, a place for them to connect to the divine. Oh, Terry, say it again. Say you don't have to go to the bathroom again. Oh, Terry, say it again. I'm not Jerry, I'm Terry. I'm super cool. I totally don't have to go to the bathroom. So, I don't know if this is supposed to be this is Jerry's cooler brother or whatever, or if this is like that trope of like, he got hit on the head, and now he has a new personality. He's a cool version of the normal character. He's Ultra Instinct Shaggy, or whatever. Still can't enter the church yet. Makes sense, I suppose. Nothing like admiring the great paint job me and my bro did on our church. Oh, they attend this church. Painted it green. Missed a spot. I'm trying to see if I can spot the, spot that they missed. Are they talking about the angel at the top? Because that's not green. That's my best guess. It'd be cute if there was like a dialogue interaction if you like clicked on just the right spot where it's like, the paint is missing here, you know? Having a wide open space is great for us kids. Sometimes it's good to get your freak out. Sometimes it's bad to get your freak out. You're a weird one. We tried to play baseball, but that kid kept dancing in the middle of the lot. I don't feel like there's any way to stop him. If I can't stop him, should I join him? No. No. I love this internal struggle you're going through, my dude. I mentioned it in the lore playthrough from the first episode, but this is very reminiscent of the design of the Capitol in Undertale, like this building. Like even this part right here with like the arches, like it kind of reminds me of the Judgment Hall, and it's all black and white and stuff, so it's kind of interesting. It's a chair. Maybe it's into politics. That bald guy keeps trying to show me something from his briefcase. Is it a bribe? I'm really deep into politics now. Put me in, coach. Put me in. What an odd fellow. It's a painting of the town. Thing is, even if this was an accurate painting of the town at some point, it's clearly like an old style, it's a painting, not... So yeah, a painting doesn't have to be perfectly accurate, and also, depending on when it was made, the town could have changed its aesthetic quite a bit. Oh, I'm sorry. You're looking for the mayor. She's very, very busy preparing for the festival. Oh, I'm sorry. You're looking... blah, blah, blah. Well, well, if it isn't the teens, our beloved rats of the city. You want to get into politics? You better graduate from diaper school first. That's what I did, and look at me now. I don't even work here. This brief's case is full of diapers, or to the pros, dipes. You're gonna have to level up to understand a man's world. You are an odd fella. Very, very odd. Okay. Uh-oh. Alfies. Or Alphys. Alfies? I think it's Alfies. Hell if I'm going any further. Already close enough to getting banned from school. Don't need to be banned from outside of school too. That's a thing, right? I mean, going to jail, I guess. It's a beaten bike. The horn looks like it might give a honk of despair. There's more police tape. It says, "Nah, I mean it." It's not clear what is meant by that. I wonder if we'll get to explore more of the town in chapters 3 and 4. I would love that. That'd be so exciting. Hi, Chris. Getting your project done? Oh, my bike? It's totaled. I had a little crash. You see, there was this police officer, and it's complicated. How are you doing? I wouldn't blame someone for being suspicious of Alfies, both in terms of, experience from how much stuff she was up to in Undertale, and also from the way she's just so suspicious of the way she talks. But I generally think she's just awkward and embarrassed about her crush on Undyne. Complain about police. Chris, it's no secret the police in this town are, how do I put this? Just, eye candy, I guess? Wait, that came out wrong. I mean, they're symbolic. They barely do anything. It's because of the mayor, there isn't any crime. Makes me wonder if she even needs the police. How is the mayor preventing crime? Because, like, I can only interpret that one of two ways. Either A, she, introduced new legislature that makes it to where there's just not crimes anymore. Or she is personally, like a vigilante out destroying criminals. And she says, there's no crime, but there's clearly the dogs in the jail cell. So presumably they committed a crime, at least trespassing. But maybe she's speaking in more general terms, like there's basically no crime. The police are just there for those incredibly rare instances where there is crime. It kind of makes me wonder if the reason there's no crime is because humans aren't allowed in the town, with the exception of Chris. Because monsters obviously are very peaceful entities. Like, Susie's like a weird exception, but like, even then, she's nowhere near as violent as a human would be. So, yeah, she's mostly all bluster. I don't know. That'd be an interesting reveal if the mayor banned humans from the hometown. Or if they're just getting in her way. Sorry, I'm just saying what you already know. After all, she's your neighbor, right? Did you need something? See you tomorrow, Chris. There's no school tomorrow, though. Talk about school. Oh, how's your project going with Susie? What? You went to the library? Together? With Noelle and Birdley? That's amazing, Chris. And while you were there, this has nothing to do with me, but the Teen Zone seems to have some good anime reviews, Not sure if you and the gang were checking that out as you studied. Next time you go, you might want to casually bring that up among your fellow teens. I know your dad liked Mew Mew too, at least. Again, nothing to do with me. Yeah, see it. Okay. Yeah, so before talking to Undyne, let's talk to the doggos. We're the infamous dog burglars, instead of cat burglars, the wet-nosed bandits. We were getting ready to sneak into the big house over the holidays. When we were attacked from the shadows by something merciless. Fearing for our lives, we all ran right into Officer Undyne's warm, loving arms, and she suplexed us all into the snow with our tails hanging in the air. Now we're in jail, but at least we're alive. Plus, that nice ghost keeps giving us incorporeal, low-calorie treats. Then we all howl holiday songs together. Ooh. Make dog marriage, not dog jail? I guess that's a play on make love, not war. Okay. I guess they're just talking to me as a collective. There's a hole in this wall, presumably from Undyne punching it. Well cared for flowers. Photos of Chief Undyne and Deputy Napstablook. Undyne is rescuing all of Caddy's family from a tree. Napstablook is also stuck in the tree, somehow. Oh no, I accidentally ended up as a police officer. Oh no, I can't quit because my cousins are relying on me. Oh, hey, don't do anything illegal, please. Oh, sorry. Did I intimidate you too much? Oh, it's okay to do a little crime sometimes. Like if you eat candy off the floor, even after 5 seconds. I won't arrest you. Yeah, like if this is the degree of crime they're dealing with, then I feel like you skimmed a news article about Undying. New police chief Undying's explosive debut. Passionate young rookie becomes the new police chief. Though energetic, it may be hard to live up to the legacy after Asgore Dreamer was removed from the force. There's no need to read anymore. Yeah. Interesting. Hey, talk to me from the front. No side talking to your superiors. That's funny. Because it messes up the cutscene if you're talking from any other part of this. That's a cute little detail. Hey, get out of the road. Sorry, bad habit. Anything I can help you with, punk? Wait. Nothing to report, huh? Times like this, punks like you should be home playing video games. Nice little wink. Wow. I don't know if I've ever seen that line before. At times like this, punks like you... Okay, Dark World. Huh? A super dangerous alternate world in the library? Alternate world. That's an interesting turn of phrase. More appearing? People might fall inside? Ha 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 ha! Lizard bug. You seriously think I'm gonna believe that? Dark world. Seriously? Hey, wait! Not again. I like the implication that this sort of thing has happened before. Looks like I gotta go recapture those criminals. Hey, by the way, that yellow glasses lady, is she your teacher? She kinda had an accident earlier with her, bike. Just wanted to make sure she was feeling better. So, give her this. You got a heart-shaped box of candies that says, "Get well soon." It has, "To your bike," hastily scrawled underneath the "Get well soon." Look, "Get well soon's" all the store had. Open it and I'll arrest you. Look, I'll even put a note on it. Now stop interrupting me. I gotta go. You got the previously described box of candy with a note on it. Oh, jailbreak. I'll sound the alarm. I made the jailbreak alarm my mixtape. It's a nice beat to study or relax to while you escape from prison. Lol. Man, she destroyed this desk. I bet if we ever come back here, it'll be like taped together or something. Or it'll just be a new desk. But yeah, so now we have the box of candies, and there's technically a few things you can do with it. Not much or nothing really lore relevant about it, but like you could take the box to Sans and he'll trade it in for some money, like you're returning it, and so he'll give you a couple dollars or something. You can eat it alone, which will give you a stomach ache and will actually deplete your HP by 1 point. Or you could eat it with Susie and you'll both get kind of sick from stuffing your faces with candy. Not much more to say on it in that regard. It's just sort of a silly thing you can do. So instead, I'm going to just give it to Alfie's. I mean, maybe you can keep it for later chapters and give it to someone else. And to be fair, I do not think Chris would necessarily give it to Alfie's, but I am a lawful good kind of feller. Well, maybe not lawful good, but a neutral good kind of fella. Huh? Chris, do you have something for me? Hoard chocolate. Give chocolate. Huh? Chris? What is that you're giving me? A box of heart-shaped chocolates? Whoa, no, I can't accept that from you. What? is from the police? You mean she's giving me this? Get well soon gift to my bike? And there's a note on this that says, open this and I'll arrest you, you little punk? Chris, tell her I appreciate it. Yeah, funny. Alright, let's go. Okay. Hospital. The beads of the toy march on. I think I've already discussed how, you know, if Birdley's dead, then the blue bead falls off. Although that does make you wonder if the red, blue, and green tracks represent 3 different characters. Like maybe Jockington is the green one, and the red one is... Yeah, I actually have no clue who the red bead might be. Interesting. Maybe it's... I don't know. There's not really anyone who's explicitly affiliated with the color red. Whoa, Chris, you can play the piano? Plank. Ha! Almost thought you were serious for a sec. What's with that pissed off look? Damn, got kind of hyped for a sec. Yeah, unfortunately, Chris... so Chris got a pissed off look because they are able to play the piano, but under our control, they do not have fine motor skills. You're gonna make an appointment? Nah, just here to hang out. I see. Should I pencil you in for hanging out? It's a diagram showing a bunch of lines in a circle. That's really funny. Chiron's here this time. It's a regular sink. It's a clone of the other sink. Perhaps there was originally one tall sink that was cut in half to create both of them. You look inside the cupboard. A very small obligatory piano is hiding inside. I don't know why it's obligatory. It's a classic 1 to 10 pain model using IC as a model. At 0 pain, he's happy. At 10 pain, he's happy and sweating. Looks like she's resting her voice. Yeah. Which implies that she was singing so loud or so hard that her voice got messed up. Which is interesting. I think I had a theory at some point involving, like, the lake and someone singing the song from the sea in some underground realm. So I wonder if that was supposed to be Chiron here. Let me check something. Yeah. Call me again. What must your friend think? Have fun with your friend, honey. Click. Yeah. Okay. Silver Drake. I've never beaten this boss before. Yeah, and of course, there's a whole bunch of interesting scene, like, details that can change in this sequence if you do the Snowgrave route, and if you have Noel's Watch, that adds slightly different dialogue. I'm sure you're all familiar with it by now. But yeah, it's all interesting. Mostly interesting in regards to analyzing the entity inside of Chris. But, yeah. Silver Drake. I've never been in this boss before. Alright, hand it over, honey. I got this. No, Dad. This is my battle. And, you know, this is mostly meant to show that she's grown and become more independent, self-reliant, etc. So, how about just telling me what to do? Ah, sure. How about trying Fire Shock? I'd love to, Dad, but the mage left the party. Oh yeah? How about one of your 99 blaze potions? I wonder if saying the mage left the party is in reference to Noelle leaving our party, or in reference to how Ralsei is not in our party when we're in the light world. Although Ralsei is less of a mage and more of a cleric. Although I suppose in Final Fantasy terms that he would still be a white mage, he just wouldn't be a damaging mage. He wouldn't be a red mage or a black mage. I'm saving those? For what? Your birthday? Come on, live a little. Okay, Dad, this one's for you. Hiya! It reflects fire attacks. Ah, whoops. Hey, you gotta heal. I wish I knew healing magic in real life. I wish I knew healing magic in real life. One, this implies that she has a white mage or a cleric or someone who can cast healing magic in her party. And two, this confirms that she does not have healing magic in the real world. Now, of course, you can interpret this two different ways. You can say this is hinting at there being no magic in the light world, or you could say it's hinting at there is magic, and Noelle just doesn't know the healing variety of magic. But if that was true, you'd think there'd be evidence of her trying to learn that kind of magic or something. So yeah. Then I'd make you better, and it wouldn't just be me and Mom. Your mother is... Hey, it's okay, sweetheart. I'm getting better. I'd even be able to go to church tomorrow. Really? Are you sure you're okay? Holidays happen whether you like it or not. Even though everyone likes holidays. Well, gotta get home soon or Mom will call. See you tomorrow, honey. Bye, Dad. Love you. Susie, why are you here? Hell if I know. The little miniature interjections from other characters is so funny. Sorry guys, this game's only one player. Dad, this is, Susie. Oh, this is Susie. Susie, nice. Heard a lot about you. You, have? Cool, think I have to go now. Love that face. Susie, huh? Yeah. Lay a finger on her and I'll kick your ass. Huh? Ah, just kidding. Well, kinda kidding. Damn it all, Chris. You really love that sync, huh? That's sync 2, Rudy 0. Don't worry, I'm gonna pull it back. You wait. He's a funny guy. Hey, well, Chris. Yeah. So, why do you collect creepy dolls? That makes me wonder if there's alternative dialogue if you go to sync first and then in one chapter and then go to sync second in another chapter. I'm gonna check that real quick. Okay, if there is different dialogue, it's not very interesting. Hey, Noelle and her sister made that. Respect it. Noelle's sister. Interesting. Just notice there's like seahorses and stars on the wallpaper. It's a chair. Whoa, the hell is bringing you flowers? Hey, what's wrong with a married man getting flowers? So your wife gave them to you? Nah, I'm messing with you. Chris's dad did. Not gonna try to understand this. Flowers? I'm trying to heal, man. Not get hay fever. Should Chris tell him to stop? What? Hell no. When did I say that? Patient name, Rudolph Rudy Holiday. Hey Chris, you forgot my name? Forget my name or something? Chris, you jealous you don't have your own wall plaque? Amazing what's being done with our taxpayer dollars, huh? Which confirms there's taxes in this setting. It also confirms that this hospital is publicly funded, which could mean they have universal healthcare. Maybe. Sorry, I used up a lot of my energy just now. Probably not going to be very fun to talk to. Thanks for visiting, though, Chris. And you too, Susie. Yeah, seems like I need some more tests. So just gotta wait it out. They can't keep me down for too long, baby. Sooner or later, I'm busted out of here. Besides, your dad ain't much without his main man. What is it, Christmas? Look, Chris, can't say much, but... Well, might look like she has it all. But her mother, you know? Love her, but she's tough on her. Normally, I balance it all out, but I can't do much when I'm not there. I'm gonna get better. I have to. Hey, Chris, she's a nice girl, huh? What the hell are you taking her here for? Why don't you take her to the movies? Hey, yeah, the hell didn't we go to the movies, Chris? Yeah, take me too while you're at it. Yeah, Chris, come on. Kettle corn, Chris, big, don't skimp out. They're hilarious. Nah, get on out of here and do something fun. Okay, yeah. It's interesting. In the Snowgrave route, Rudy asks Susie to stay behind and tells her about all of Noelle's favorite things. But he doesn't do that in the normal route, which I can only interpret to mean that he is clearly more worried about his daughter in that route, and so he's trying to take a more proactive attempt to, you know, help Noelle's mental. Well, I just want to go home, but I'm still stuck in a traffic jam, even though it's only one other person. That's the trouble with cars. If you want to do donuts, you have to be prepared for jam. You're ridiculous. This is a great parking place. I could see myself settling down here. Home is where the car is. Funny. Here at Icy's Pizza, your family is going to love it. Lamau. Your #1 spot for a piping hot piece of pizza. It's the squad. Double ice pizza. Great. Ice Wolf, big customer. Ice Wolf, maybe only customer. Ice Wolf thinks Icy is cute. Ice Wolf, big fan. I mean, your whole character is that you throw big blocks of ice, so I guess it makes sense. It's a soda dispensing machine. Inspect. You took a look at the flavors. Water, ice, double ice, bread, flamin' hot cheese soda, Gamer Blood energy drink, juice, red flavor. Good idea. People put their mouth on those, you know. What? What? They do, right? Jeez, Susie. Parmesan cheese. I don't think I've ever seen some of this dialogue, like interaction with the environment in here. Try a new chocolate pizza. Melts in your pants, not in your mouth. That's disgusting. Little buddy, you aren't gonna believe this. I've got a girlfriend. Asriel, you gotta tell Asriel right now. He's gonna be so proud of me. Huh? What's she look like? Ah, little buddy, how do I put it? I don't actually know. I haven't met her in real life. But from the way she texts, God, little buddy, she must be stacked. Lie and say you want to hear more. Of course. So far, she's the perfect girl, little buddy. She loves pizza and bikinis. And to top it off, she sent me a picture of herself wearing a pizza bikini. Little buddy, perhaps it is uncouth, but look at this, goddamn! It's several pixels that vaguely resemble a zoomed-in JPEG of a pepperoni pizza. Lamau. Yes, I know what you're thinking, little buddy. Her camera is not of the highest caliber. But to a scholarly man of the world like myself, this is what love looks like, little buddy. Little buddy, here to hear about my girlfriend? Yes. So far, blah, 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 blah. That's right. We don't need to say any more. Go ahead and tell Asriel right now. And I've already discussed at length how it's interesting that even though Burger Pants clearly has a phone. He insists that Chris tell Azrael, which implies that either he does not have Azrael's phone number or that Azrael cannot be reached by phone. Wow, my coworker seems so energetic lately. I don't know what's happened, but seeing him happy makes me happy too. Oh, a customer. What would you like? A blue soft serve? Or would you like a blue soft serve? The pizza sauce is boiling red, burbling, burning like my blood yearns for battle. Ha! I, the warrior, shall show up the wizard's fist. What a puzzling creature. Puzzling indeed. Yeah, and if you look at the menu items, there's like pizza, but there's also like burgers and maybe just loaves of bread. And like, this is regular IC right here. Like cube shaped. And the blue guy up above is potentially IC as well. But the guy behind him is like just a rabbit. So like, what's its deal? Anyway. Whoa, go in there if you want, but I'm staying here. Caddy's working there today. She hates me. So what if I took Jock Boy's hat once? I look cool. Jockington fans. They're crazy, man. Speaking of which, Caddy's my friend, and I support my friends through thick and thin, long and short, cold and hot. Whatever shape the world takes, I'll be there. Life is a big ball game, and when the man is on the field, he does a big dunk. Try to be that dunk. You are a character and a half, Sir Jockington. OMG, my little sis is so cute in her outfit. Chrissy, like, listen to the song I made about her. Caddy's the best. Caddy's the best. She curses me every day. Oh, you're not singing anymore. Or are you? She curses me every day, glares because I'm in her way. Oh, yeah, you are. Caddy's the best sister ever. Haha. Anyway, what's up, Chrissy? Talk more. OMG, Chrissy, you're not going to believe this. I was at the beach playing ukulele, right? And, like, that green alligator evil neighbor girl, like, invaded and started, like, playing my song with me. OMG. Like, if that... It was so fun. Wait, isn't she, like, my enemy? What's up, Chrissy? Wow, Chrissy, you're, like, in a rush, huh? Okay, don't get stuck in a tree. Mwah, mwah, mwah. This guy next to me, he's really bulked up. I admire that. I don't know if you do that, bulking up for the winter. Yeah, I don't know if you... let's see. I don't know if you noticed... Wait. I missed some of that. But I think he's just basically said, like, I don't know if you noticed, but my, like, hat is bigger or something. And it's true. His sprite is 1 pixel taller in this chapter than he was in the previous chapter. Tell you the truth, I thought this was the post office, but by the time I realized I'd already sat down. I'm not hungry, so I've just been telling the waitress I'm still deciding for a few hours now. How am I supposed to get out of this one? Tell you the truth, blah, 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 blah. Just ignore them. I know. They're embarrassing. Why are they even here? Okay, so yeah, if you say your family is weird, she says, like, I know. Wish they'd be normal, or at least more goth. If you say because they care, then they can care somewhere else. What? Nothing. Noelle. Golden hair, starry eyes. She is the light, laughing in the night. Taught her protection spells. Showed her occult findings. Yeah, and I've discussed this at length, but her saying seeing someone who's clearly like this goth Wiccan type character talking about the occult and spells does not evoke the same sort of magic as we see in Undertale. It more comes across as, you know, what real world people like this are talking about, which is, even if it is real magic, it's not anywhere close to what we see in Undertale. But lately she slips into the darkness. Chris, you walk among the dark. Protect her from Susie. I'm talking about Susie. I think is this a love triangle? Pure boy, heart of gold, curiosity high, intelligence low. Fetches frisbees, dress him up, carry in a bag. Precious boy. Don't know why. Yeah, okay. Family. Dad, mom, sister. Ukulele, football games, soap operas. Yelling, standing on tables, afraid of vacuums. Stupid, loud, very loud. Chris, you and I studied occult together. Incantation for silence. Find it. Tell me. This is interesting because, again, this proves that Chris, despite being, by all accounts, a weirdo who doesn't get along with anybody, seems to have been friends with everyone. Like, Toriel's like, oh wow, I was hanging out with a friend 2 days in a row? That's a new record. Or whatever. But clearly they hung out with people when they were a kid. And not just people, they seem to be friends with, like, everybody. Like, they gamed with Birdley, they studied the occult with Caddy, they pranked Noelle, they, you know, were clearly pretty close to Monster Kid. Yeah, it just, and, you know, it's just kind of crazy. Like, there's only a couple characters who don't seem to have a history with Chris. Which is fascinating. It almost makes it feel like, I don't know, Noelle, or it makes me feel like when Toriel says, wow, hanging out with friends 2 days in a row, and is all impressed by that, it's because Chris has been in a bad place lately. It's not that they were always this asocial kind of loner, it's that something has happened as of late that has pushed them into isolation. Which makes me think that Chris, I mean, obviously I have my own theories about why they're suddenly isolating, but you could also just say it's because of the divorce and Asriel leaving. But either way, it's an interesting depiction of the timeline here. Okay, that's everything. Our little caddy, she's doing us proud, working hard, supporting us, serving us pickles, terrifying us with her shape, trying to get us to leave. Proud of her. My favorite meal got to be the cat food pancakes and the fish with bones that look like it's from a cartoon. It's kind of interesting. They're saying like Caddy supports them, implying she's like the main breadwinner, which is kind of intense if you think about it. Woo, Caddy, you go, girl. Show those customers who's boss, little lady. Kick their touche. Woo, beat them down. You got this. You know, I thought, you know, because she says, like, ukulele, football games, and soap operas, and I assumed that the mom was into the soap operas and the dad was into the football games. But she's the one with the glove. Let me check this. Dad, mom, sister. Okay. Clearly, the ukulele goes to the sister. I thought that maybe the order was consistent, like every entry is about the dad, like the first one's dad, the second one's mom, the third one's sister. But clearly that's not the case. Yeah, okay. Woo, Caddy, you go, girl. Show those customers who's boss. Woo, woo, woo. Rave reviews and autographs from various normal townspeople. Hey, hon, how do you like the hot chocolate? Well, I'm gonna take it that means you enjoyed it. Take it easy, okay? I'm sure your brother will be back in no time. Okay. You kids came out of the library, didn't you? Studying. How wonderful. Personally, I hate libraries, but libraries are outdated. We have things like newspapers now. Yeah, brother. That stuff, it's used. Half off. What is it? Trash. You can't reach the top, rendering it impossible to get a basket. You'll never be able to buy something in this state. One was the throne of gods. This is the throne of evils. That's so funny. Oh yeah, I've always loved. I've known about this line, but it always makes me laugh. And no one else ever double clicks on the environment in this chapter. I feel it's a rack of candy, jerky, and various nuts. See, jerky is candy, and peanuts too. Actually, they're a legume. Peanuts? Jerky. How about we don't look at anything that's gonna make him say something stupid? Pickings are looking slim, ma'am. It's so good. I mean, she is just designed to be the straight man to Sans' funny man. Sometimes the hook girl comes here, opens the freezer door, and stands in front of it, lost in thought. Guess she really likes the cold. Or waffles. Interesting. Grapes, melons, oranges, and the scent of fresh pineapples. It looks like a normal palm tree, but it's chock full of useful groceries. It looks like a normal basket of fruit, but when you reach in, it's incredibly deep and holds all sorts of things. Interesting. There's a bunch of cards and heart-shaped chocolates. Get well soon. I'm glad your bike crashed. I wonder if this is hinting at the idea of like something being bigger on the inside, just to sort of hint to like Sans' supernatural sci-fi nonsense. Seems like there's more eggs here than usual. Oh, the egg's gone. I guess because I used it in... I thought using it anywhere wouldn't work. You had to use it here. Let me look that up real quick. Okay. Yeah, so I technically messed it up slightly. I mean, by using the egg still ended up here. But we don't get to see the full cutscene. Cutscene. Scene. Basically, you say, there's a pile of eggs, ... You put the egg into the pile. And then Susie's like, did you just reverse steal that egg? So, yeah, pretty silly. It's a design for Jockington fans. It seems popular. What is a zine? Oh, a magazine. Specifically a fan magazine. Oh, it's a zine, like a magazine. There's some car magazines on the racks. It might be fun to look at them, but there's other people around. Samples like fragrant ads, but it's all different dog fur for you to touch. Hey, don't hog the ads! Hot pizza pics. Now with 3 pixels or more in hot, spicy resolution. Meaning that whoever sent that photo to Jockington was probably just taking a picture of this. Which heavily suggests, as most people have already concluded, that Bratty is trolling Pizza Pants. Which makes sense, because they've always had that kind of relationship, even in Undertale. Also, the car dialogue, like the dialogue about, you could look at the car magazine, but there's other people around, which is weird. That makes it sound like it's some lewd magazine for cars. Oh. Hey, forget something? Why, yes, I think I left my eggs on the counter. Guess your memory's not what it's cracked up to be. Hehehe. There is really egg on my face now, is there not? You're excused. Now it sounds as if you're egging me on. Egg on or egg off, I expect a lot from you. Well, I am exceptional, hee. And don't forget me, your egg's husband. The sheer psychic damage of this line, of this moment, makes me want to jump off a bridge. Oh, it's so brutal. And then Sans just turns around. Hello, Asgore. Tori, I didn't expect to see you here, but I have some extra flowers, and I was wondering if... Oh, I was just about to go, actually. Oh, sure. Home is where the heart is. So, when Asriel comes home, yes, we should all discuss that together soon. Okay, onky donkey. Say hi to Chris for me. Of course. Have a nice day. And she never does say hi to Chris on behalf of Asgore. You know what I want, Bone Man. Yep. Free pickles. Why, thank you. I like how they set that up. Like, initially they're like, you know what I want, Bone Man. It's like you think there might be some sort of antagonism between them, because Tori clearly has, you know, a relationship of some kind with Sans. Whether it's just friendship or not is a matter of debate. But either way, you could imagine there being some sort of rivalry there between Sans and Asgore. But then he immediately is like, nah, we're fine. In fact, Sans gives him free food, which is good because he literally seems to be dirt poor. What kind of flowers do you think would make her remember how she felt before? Maybe you should talk to your plants about that. Haha, don't worry. They're the first ones I asked. They're such good listeners, you know. Flowers. Well, yeah, nothing like a captive audience. Yes, I even keep them in glass. Like that movie. Yes, it's very similar to that movie. Well, have a good one. Haha, I'm trying. The most brutally awkward conversation perhaps in media history. Like, that is incredibly awkward. Hey, Chris, never mind. Yeah. I'm that sicko that looks all the milks to find the best expiration date. You got something about it? Can your family not come in here when I'm looking at milk? Various frozen bagels and treats. Hey Chris, want to see if we can fit inside? You just crouched down under the waffles. Damn, think someone's looking. That's funny. Hey, what's up? Occupation. Hey, you the boss around here? Me? I'm just the janitor. Then where's the cashier? Cashier? We don't have one. Then who do we buy stuff from? Me. Then that makes you the cashier. Nope, I'm the janitor. I'm just filling it. Are there any other employees? Nope. Then why don't you hire someone else? Whoa, you think I can afford that on a janitor's salary? It is truly some Abbott and Costello level stuff right here. Welcome to the convenience store. You want to buy something? Put it in a basket and bring it here. In case you didn't know what a store was. It makes me wonder if we have to like if there's an opportunity to find like a picnic basket or something later on and we can use that. That'd be funny. Sorry, kid. The brother thing's gonna have to wait. How long? Maybe a day. Maybe another 2 years. Who's keeping track at this point? Nothing. Take it easy. Knock, knock, knock. Faintly, a trousel growing further away. In reference to Bone Trousel, aka Papyrus's theme. Knock, knock. Ooh, is that a human? If humans are made of bones, where does skeletons come from? You're asking all the questions that we're trying to solve. That knocking. It's amateur. You've still got a long way to go. Kind of funny that only this window has bars on it. Yo, Chris, haha, is that you? Haha. We're not hanging out if Susie's with you. Chris, Susie sucks. Why didn't you stop her? Haha. Yeah, I think it's Monster Kid. Oh yeah, so because I came here first, or because I didn't come here first, that's Monster Kid talking. Whereas if you come here before talking to Monster Kid and Snowy, Susie has some sort of comment about... Yeah, Susie says, hey Chris, what are you doing? We're going to your house, right? Which seems to suggest that this is where she lives. Hey, that's my trash from other people's houses? Like, privacy much? God, living with Azzy made you weird. Blah, blah, blah. It's funny, because that implies that, like, she's known of Chris since before they started living with Azzy, or at least around the time they started living with the Dreamers, and that they were less weird then, which is interesting. Hey, Chris, this free milk? It's amazing. It just magically refreshes itself overnight. Implying that Susie is so poor and is so poorly nourished that she's drinking alleyway milk left by Alfie's. Snicker, snicker. Like, little Chrissy, you hear that guy at the pizza place got, what was his name? Pizza Pants? Heard he got, like, a super hot girlfriend. What was her name? Like, Pizza Rena? Anyway, what did you, like, want to talk? Oh, just like, you, like, just like Allie? Wait, what? Oh, like, you, like, just like Allies? Oh my god, like, me too, I love Allies. Like, don't even think you can like them as much as me. Wait. What did she say? Little Chrissy, come to visit me in my alley? Haha, I'm a real alligator, aren't I? Chrissy, like, guess what? Today I, like, went to the beach to play my uke, and, like, guess who's already there? That copycat playing the exact same song I wanted to play. Oh my god, cat on the beach, grody. Did she, like, get lost looking for the litter box? So, like, I try to, like, play the same song to you know, assert my ukulele dominance. And we end up, get this, playing the whole song together. Like, oh my god, who does this girl think she is? She thinks she could just, like, harmonize with me? Ugh, I can't stand her. OMG, it's, like, so sweet. You have a nasty, dirty little friend. But, like, this is my polluted alleyway, so, like, I think I might have to go to the mayor and get a traffic sign that says, like, no +1s. Because, like, okay. You're a funny one. Okay. I took a break. I'm back. Let's finish this. Something of note that just occurred to me is that we don't actually know where Birdley went. Like, we know where Noelle went. She went to the hospital. We know where, you know, Chris and Susie went, etc. But we don't know where... In fact, we know where all of our classmates are right now, except Birdley. And he said he had to go, you know, to his job working with Miss Boom. So that almost makes me think that he's at a building that we don't have access to yet. Like a building that we won't get to go to until Chapter 3 or 4. So that's kind of interesting. Also, a note I just thought I'd point out. The roof tiles on the Snake People house, or the Crocodile house, I forget. The roof tiles on this are like almost scale-like, whereas the roof tiles here look more random and kind of like chipped. I don't know. It's kind of a cute little way of having the house reflect its occupants. Here, let's go all the way to the right and work our way left. It's a metal picnic table. Damn it, my fingers won't fit through the holes. That's funny. Hey, thought I told you to come alone. You know what? Hell if I'm getting involved in this. Hey, CRISPR. I missed you, you hear? Ha ha ha, missed you all day. CRISPR. I'm gonna call them CRISPR from now on. That's hilarious. Did you miss me? Man, I should, by the end of the game, I hope that enough people have weird little nicknames for Chris that I can do, like, a tier list. Like, CRISPR, S tier. Christmas, D tier. I know if you say no, or I'm pretty sure if you say no, he just, like, sinks back into the water. I say he. I think Onion sounds like he. I don't really know. Oh, I was missed. My existence being acknowledged. Feels good, you hear? You hear closely for a second. You're my friend. You're my friend. Well, it's so awful. Right? As my friend, do you hear a secret? You're annoying. Sometimes I hear a song at night. Just a little piece of a song, you hear? It sounds like it's coming from under the water, deep. Do you think someone's auditioning for my band? It's pretty funny to think that. I mean, so if it's super deep under the water, then it's either at the bottom of the lake or it's under the lake. And that kind of makes me think that it is either in the bunker or it's in some sort of dark world. Because in dark worlds, those are underground. And if my theory is correct, and dark worlds are all tied up with the soul of the planet, then it's possible that even if it's not physically underneath the lake, being, like, not directly underneath it, by, singing inside a dark world, maybe that sound can be heard, like, in a variety of places, as long as you get close enough to the planet's soul, Interesting thought. And I'm still convinced that this person that Onion-san heard was Shiren, and, I mean, they are a fish, so it makes sense. Oh, I'm about to make another friend. I can feel it, you hear? Do you want to hear another secret? I think, maybe, I've heard that song before, coming from the sea. You see, and that's another detail that I find very interesting. The whole song coming from the sea. It's been a weird mystery, like a weird esoteric thing since Undertale. Ever since we heard the ferryman, or fairy woman, or fairy person, mention the song from the sea, it's been kind of a question of what that's about. I've theorized in the past that it was Shiren's song. And that was mostly because she has some sort of mysterious connection to Sans. And that raised an eyebrow. She was also clearly singing hard enough for her to wind up in the hospital. So, I don't know. It's interesting. And I've mentioned before that I think oceans... Well, not before, but in my most recent theory, that I think oceans... Actually, I don't know if I remember to bring it up. Well, regardless, I think oceans are tied to the planet's soul. Which would make sense, as, if you think about it, if going underground gets us closer to the planet's soul, well, most caves don't go that deep. Whereas if you go to the bottom of the ocean, you'll honestly get closer to the core than you will in most caverns. So, in that sense, the soul of the planet would be more readily accessible in the sea. So it could be that the song from the sea is the song of the life stream, the song of the soul of the planet. It's the song of Mother Earth. So that's an interesting possibility. The whole thing. It's not a new song. So that's interesting. So Onion-san has only heard a fragment of that song coming from underneath, from the bottom of his lake. But he's heard the whole song coming from the sea. And it's not a new song. Which, the idea of something being old, something being ancient, possibly, further connects the idea that it might be tied up with the planet. And, Onion-san can't remember. Whether they can't remember because of some mysterious phenomena, or because Onion-san just has terrible memory. I'm not sure. I'm going to investigate, you hear? Come back here tomorrow, you hear? Onion is on the case. That's my name, right? See ya, Chris. See ya, Kiss. Oh, wow. 2 for 1. Crisper and Kiss. Hey, Chris, so, do you do weird stuff like this every day after school? Yes. I forget if you're able to do this. Oh, yeah, there it goes. Let me just listen to this ambience for a second. I don't know about you, but that sounds a lot like the ocean sound that we hear when we first wake up in the underground in Chapter 1. I'm going to check that real quick. One moment. Okay, yeah, I did check, and this is the same sound / music that plays when you first enter the Dark World in Chapter 1. And it's just called Ocean in the code, which is interesting. Also unrelated, but, well, possibly related, but something else I forgot to mention in my live stream theory is that the sound effect used when Chris seals a dark fountain is called revival, as in bringing something back from the brink of death. Just sort of further supports my theory that you're patching up wounds in the earth when you seal dark fountains. So, interesting. It's your dad's truck. Floor of the front seat is littered with old papers and country CDs. There's a door behind the flower shop, but there's flowers blocking the way. Interesting. Flower King. I wanted to buy flowers, but the store's closed. The door around back's unlocked, but I don't think I should go in. I saw a bed through the back window. Wonder what the deal is. Closed. Interesting. My brother's too old to take for a walk anymore. I'm aimless. Wish I had someone to whip me into shape. So yeah, this is the rabbit lady who takes their tiny little brother on walks in Deltarune, or not Deltarune, in Undertale. Ribbit, ribbit. I sometimes hear beautiful singing from that house over there. How eerie. Could it be a ghost? That would make sense. A ghost lives there. Yeah. The question is, who is the source of this beautiful singing? Because, like, we could conceivably believe that it is one of 3 ghosts potentially living here. Those being Napstablook, Mettaton, and the Mad Dummy, or Mad Mew Mew. as they eventually are known in the original timeline. Now, the thing is, I don't know if there's any evidence of Mad Mew Mew or Napstablook singing. Mad Mew Mew's into, you know, eventually she gets into live streaming and stuff, but no singing, as far as I know. And Napstablook's a musician or a DJ or what have you, but again, no singing that I'm aware of. Which just leaves Mettaton, who is a super mega pop star who literally sings in Undertale at least once during the opera sequence. So I'm thinking it's probably Mettaton. So yeah. Knock, knock, knock. What? 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 If you're looking for Blukey, they aren't here! Unless you're looking for someone else. No. Then leave! 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 What? You. Me? 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 What have I got to say to you? Nothing! Like I'd even recognize a pathetic face like that! By the way, say hi to your dad for me. Wait! Wait! Don't do that! He doesn't know nothing! Interesting. So, Mad Dummy seems to have at least some affection for Asgore, which is an interesting detail. I guess he is probably the most eligible bachelor in town. Someone else. Fine, fine, fine! Want to talk to someone else? Here! Oh my, someone's here to see me. It's you again, is it, darling? Oh my, why do you keep coming to our door? Are you a fan of mine? As if someone could be a fan of nobody like me. Well, if you are a fan, could I bother you for a favor? Since the internet went down, I haven't had much entertainment. If you have anything entertaining, darling, could you bring it by to me tomorrow? It would mean the world to me. Thank you. This is where something I've kind of wondered, and I don't. It seems debatable if this will actually be a thing, but I've kind of wondered if like you get the disc that has Spamton's like soul on it or whatever, what would happen if you brought it to Mettaton as the aforementioned entertainment? I don't know if that would be possible, and even if it did, wouldn't it just be, in the real world, wouldn't it just be like a CD with some spam mails on it, like a spam bot? Hardly entertainment. Let's see. There's some kind of scratching and hissing from inside. Okay, not much to say there. It's a broken grill. It smells like burnt cat food. Various cat-themed junk is piled up inside the house. It seems to be a bit of a cat sty. Oh. There's a cat flap. It's locked. Somehow. Yeah, it's not that complicated. Just like you can have like a little... Maybe it is complicated. Never mind. I don't know how cat flaps work. It's an ornate gate. It appears to be locked. It looks kind of similar to the gate that goes to the cemetery. Yep, I think I've covered everything. Which means it's time for the final cutscene of the Chapter 2 lore playthrough. Here we go. It's your mom's van. So, what's interesting about the layout here is, like, this is the front door. And the bathroom is on the opposite side of the house from the front door, which means it's all the way over here somewhere. Not literally right here, but, like, in the back, but, like, on the opposite side. So, it would actually be pretty close to this van here, which makes sense since... Yeah, okay, and logistically, you know, Toriel saw a shadow dash past, which suggests that, which makes sense because there's windows from the kitchen, right? And the kitchen windows face like this direction. So she would have seen something dash past towards the car and then sneak past again to get back into the bathroom. So from a purely basic, like, directional perspective, this house makes sense. If you look too deep into it, it starts to get confusing. Like, where are these two windows on the inside of the house, for example? So yeah. Okay. Chris, you going home? Not yet, huh? Sure. Alright, yeah. Yeah. Alright. Then, guess it's goodbye for today. See you tomorrow, Chris. Chris, I was studying with your... Why, Chris, is that your friend? Why don't you invite her inside? Chris, I should, probably get going, and I was going to make a pie. Did you want any? How did you know that the way to Susie's heart was through her stomach? Yes, I can come over for a bit. I guess there's one window right there, next to the door. But where the other window is, I have no clue. Feel free to come in. Oh, excuse me. I am Chris's mother, Toriel. Yes, ma'am. I remembered. Oh, you do? And you are Susie, are you not? Huh? You, remember my name too? Of course. Miss Alphys is a good friend of mine. She often talks about you. Glad to hear it. Chris, the hell is Alfie saying about me? Susie, why don't you wash your hands over there? Then we can make the pie together. Make it together? But I don't know how to. Do not worry, I can teach you. Okay. Chris, Susie seems like a nice girl. I am very happy you are friends with her, but... Chris, I heard from Alphys about her behavior. If by any chance she, influences you, leave the chalk alone, alright? Hands washed. Wonderful. Now we can... Oh, Chris, how about you show Susie how to bake it? Chris, you know how to make pie? The hell haven't you made me any then, dumbass? Look at Chris's sprite. Just... you pie-hoarding piece of... excuse me, ma'am. Susie, you can just call me Toriel outside of school. Oh, okay, sweet. Huh? Chris? Oh, you need to wash your hands too? Then I suppose I shall teach Susie for now. Susie and I will start getting ready to make the pie. We will? Wait. It's Toriel, the beloved living room chair. It's TV. Looks like it's plugged in, but it's dusty. The hell are you leaving me here with your mom? Is this like a, what's it called, an introvert thing? It's a landline phone, but you already have a cell phone. Chris, the phone is going. Would you mind getting it for me while I... Chris, why are you calling our house? Wait. Oh. Ah. Ring, ring. Everybody seems too busy to pick up the phone. It's a trash can. Somehow its floral scent has increased. Its floral scent has increased. Meaning Toriel has received even more flowers and has thrown away even more flowers. Cookie cutters, gingerbread monsters, gingerbread humans. Hey, what are those metal people shapes in the cupboard? Like handcuffs for a little guy's whole body. Those are for gingerbread, Susie. Gingerbread men and gingerbread monsters, of course. Gingerbread monsters, huh? Cool. Gingerbread. Sounds like something Noelle would like. Noelle? Nothing. Thinking about Noelle, eh, Susie? She's sneaking sugar right out of the bag. Susie? What? My pie, my rules. Got it. Chris, no sneaking ingredients until you wash your hands. Don't worry, Chris. I'll sneak stuff instead. It's a sink. You can wash your hands here. But isn't the sink in the bathroom better? There's a photo on the fridge. It's you, your mother, and your brother. Chris, this is not the time to sneak some chocolate. Chris, get me some at least. Hilarious. Susie's so adorable. Oh, and now that I'm in here, I am trapped. No need for it. Interesting. What's interesting is I still have the Jack of Spades and the rules card. I wonder if that's an oversight, because that means that they'll be in the next chapter. Okay, fine. Time for the cutscene. It's the bathroom sink. Will you run the tap? No. Then the tap will be waiting until you choose to run it. Okay, yes. It started to run. It's making a lot of noise. I wonder if Chris learned how to do this from their studying of the occult with Caddy. Because the movements are very sluggish in this state. Which makes you wonder if, like, I don't know, they're weakened in some way. Which would make sense. Well, let us get the flour. So that's this bag, and you just... Oops. Susie, you have flour on your nose. I meant to do that. Thought you would stop to smell the flour, eh? Ha! Achoo! Come on. Now, on to the next part. And it's interesting because... like, we can still hear Susie and Toriel, but we can't hear the sink anymore. Which suggests to me that we're hearing things from Chris's perspective. Because the heart would still hear the water running. And as we know from the layout of the house, Chris is passing right by the windows where Susie and Toriel are baking the pie. So that could make sense. And it would suggest that while the soul is where we reside, our ability to observe and hear the environment is dependent upon Chris's body. Alternatively, it could be that with Chris's body gone, we can't hear anything, but because Toriel and Susie have souls, we're able to kind of listen in on their souls, so to speak, which allows us to hear what they're saying. Interesting possibilities. Where the heck is Chris? Oh, Chris does this sometimes. Well, they should hurry. I'm getting sleepy. Do you know what they call a sleeping Susie? Huh? What? They would call her a snoozy. Then I guess you'd be a Snoriel? Ha 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 ha! Snoriel! Ah! Snoozy and Snoriel. You really like that one, huh? Wasn't it funny? Alright, where the hell is Chris? It's so great. Like, Susie's like carefully trying not to say hell, and then Toriel's just like, where the hell is Chris? The pie is nearly done. Oh, the sugar. Wait here a moment. I left it in the car. What's weird is we already know she was sneaking sugar out of the bag. So she clearly has sugar. So I feel like this is a made-up cover story that she's inventing in this moment because she knows someone's out there and she needs to go investigate. And so she's giving this cover story to not alarm Susie. Okay. And as Toriel goes out to investigate, Chris is already back in the bathroom. And now the water sound comes back. And everything's normal. Ha 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 ha. You forgot to close the window. Or maybe they didn't forget to close anything, and they wanted this window open for when the dark fountain is created. It was lighter than usual. This is curious, because it's kind of implied that Susie drinks the apple shampoo, but I'm not sure when that's supposed to happen. No need for it. Your hands are clean. Hey Chris, hurry up next time. We're already almost done. You know, from this angle, Chris kind of looks like they have a little bit of a gut. I never noticed that before. It's kind of funny. I think it's just their shirt is baggy. So Toriel has just gone outside and has found that the tires are slashed and is very concerned. So, what's next? Oh, the pie. We already worked quite hard, have we not? How about we finish it later? Okay. Then, I guess I'll walk home? Oh, no. There's no need to do that. Actually, Susie, would you like to stay over? Huh? I mean, if it's okay, then... Here, look at this. Our couch is used to being used as a bed. Because Asgore slept there often. It's not perfect, but we could all sleep out here. That sounds good to me. Yeah. Splendid. I'll make sure everything is in order. Just call your parents, will you not? Yeah, of course. Here I am, calling my parents. Ha 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 ha. I'm just kidding. So what the hell, a sleepover? Damn, I haven't had one of those in forever. Hey, Chris, it's not like someone has to tell you to sit, right? There, chill out for a sec. So now what? I got it. Maybe between the pillows here? There, knew I'd find the remote in there. You can always find good stuff wedged in the couch. Jeez, it's dusty. When did you last use this thing? Well, who cares? Let's just watch TV. So, what are we gonna marathon tonight? So it's some sort of cooking show with a cat person. Blood Crushers 3, Hellbusters, Invasion of the Cat Petters. I think that's supposed to be like a weather channel. Maybe I see the movies more your speed, huh, Chris? It's been a good day, huh, Chris? You, Rousey, Lancer, everyone. It's just cool hanging out together, right? That's why, you know, don't you think we should try to have them come to our world? Come on, think about how much better it would be. Rousey could do our homework, Lancer could live under your bed. We could all walk to school together. It'd be perfect, you know? I mean, we'd be unstoppable is what I'm saying, you know, because I'm, you know, tsundere. Chris would probably say, yeah, let's do it. Let me check what the dialogue tree is. So if you say, seems a little far-fetched, which I don't think Chris would say, Susie responds with, what? Come on, it would be easy. Rousey looks like your mom, right? Just say he's a long-lost cousin. It'd be easy. Lancer can... Lancer can even make him a fake mustache. Hilarious. But yeah, no. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, that's the attitude. What if Rousey became a teacher's pet, though? Or, not if. It just feels like a matter of time, honestly. Well, whatever. As long as he brings me an apple, too. What? Apple shampoo? No, I didn't drink any of that. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I know it's funny to imagine that Susie did drink it, because there was less of the shampoo than Chris expected. So clearly Chris noticed something with the shampoo. They were like, there's less in here than there should be, which implies someone has been using the shampoo or, you know, drinking it. And at first I always just assumed, oh, Susie snuck off and drank some of the shampoo because it smelled like apples, and we know she likes apples. And she talks about at some point, you know, Chris's apple-scented shampoo driving her crazy because it makes her hungry. But if you think about the sequence of events here, there's been no opportunity for Susie to get at that shampoo. So, like, because we came in, she was forced to help, oh, wait. No. I'm mistaken. When she was sent off to wash her hands initially, and Chris and Toriel were talking alone, she went to the bathroom and washed her hands and presumably drank the apple shampoo while she was in there. Oh, Susie. Well, whatever. Let's just get back to watching. Cooking. So the festival is coming up, right? The thing where the town becomes a carnival? Stupid, right? But say you had to take someone. Noelle or Rousey? Okay, yeah. So if you say Noelle or Rousey, then Chris sounds super confused, and Susie's like, what? Why are you so confused? I didn't mean anything weird by it. That implies that, you know, Chris doesn't actually, like, Chris is confused by the soul making them give that response. So neither are the correct option. Whereas if you choose ... or you, it more or less implies that Chris wants to go with Susie. With ... Chris just stares intently at Susie, implying that Chris would like to go with her. So, yeah. We'll just go with you. Huh? Way to dodge the question, dumbass. I mean, if I went, obviously you'd be there too. That goes without saying, right? Like, let's just go back to watching TV. Now this is what I'm talking about. And I think that's called like Zilla or something like that in the code. A giant monster movie special. Always like them better than the giant human movies. This is funny for a variety of reasons because it plays with your expectations. Because, you know, giant monster movies are a thing in the real world. So it's funny how she is like, oh, but yeah, monsters are a real thing in their world. So a giant monster movie doesn't have the same connotation. And so it kind of, it's like, oh, so giant human movies and giant monster movies. So it's cute and clever in that way. But what's extra funny is that as someone who has watched a great deal of kaiju films, including giant human movies, the giant human movies suck. Like, almost all of them, universally, are garbage. Like, I've watched most of the classic ones from, like, the 50s, and they all range from, like, the best ones are boring. And the worst ones are unbearably boring. They're just not good at all, and they're not interesting either, because you're watching a dude. Whereas, at least with giant monsters, they have something going on. So, this is like a multi-layered reference. Now this is something we can marathon. Are you ready, Chris? For 12 hours of building, bouncing, car crunching action. Cause we are locked in. Got it? I better not see you move until your eyes are bloodshot. Now let me just get comfortable here and... there. Yeah. Susie fell asleep. And she snores like a monster. She's terrifying. Anyway. Yeah, Susie breaking out the dad energy there. Like, let's watch something. Sits down, falls asleep instantly. Chris is also tired, though. And we see that when they slump. Well, I guess their adventures in the dark world were pretty tiring. Officer? Officer? Thank goodness, I finally got through. I thought I saw someone prowling around outside, and when I checked our car, the tires looked like they'd been slashed. Yeah, so she saw them, Chris, through the windows when they snuck around out there. They didn't necessarily recognize that it was Chris, but they saw someone. Interesting. And it's interesting that she was like, oh, I finally got through. Like, she was struggling to get through to the police. Which almost makes me wonder, like, why were the lines busy? Maybe she was having trouble because Undyne was so busy catching the dog bandits that she wasn't able to... But that doesn't make sense, because this scene happens regardless if you release the wet-nosed bandits. Oh no, that's an interesting detail. Officer, if you could please come over. You will? Soon? Thank you. They're already asleep. Now what's interesting is, we never see this officer show up, and it just sort of cuts to Toriel being asleep here. In a very not ergonomic pose, I must say. You're going to get neck pain sleeping like that, Toriel. So we don't actually know if Napstablook or Undyne ever showed up. Yeah, they open the door, they turn on the television. It kind of makes you wonder why they turn on the television, though. I wonder what the point of that was. Maybe to cover up the sound of them creating a dark fountain. And of course, they clearly want the dark fountain to reach outside of this room. Some people have theorized that this is Chris, like, leaving their soul out as the dark fountain comes, and, like, that's important. And of course, we see the TV with a smile because it's becoming a darkener. But I don't think Chris actually leaves their soul out. I think they put it back in. For a variety of reasons, I think that is the case. Because when we start the combat in Chapter 3, presumably we're still going to need the soul for combat purposes. So, you know. Time for the Trap remix. But no, unironically, it's interesting how the song in the credits gets all funked up. It's almost like reality is growing unstable as dark fountains are created. '84? I wonder if that's when Deltarune's coming out. But yeah. Wow. I finally finished Deltarune Chapter 2, guys. Finished the lore playthrough, anyway. Just in time, too, because it seems that we're going to be getting Chapter 3 and 4 pretty soon, like in the next few months. So that's pretty exciting. And that is it. Wow. What an experience. I had a really good time exploring Chapter 2 with you guys, and I look forward to further exploring these chapters when we get more content. Needless to say, because, you know, if you're not aware, when I started making Deltarune content, Chapter 2 was already out. So there was no opportunity for me to record a blind playthrough. So when Chapter 3 and 4 come out, I will be recording my blind reaction playthrough to, you know, Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. And then at some point after that, I will do once the lore has been figured out a bit more, I will do a lore playthrough and of those chapters as well. So, with all that said, I think I've just about finished saying everything I have to say. It's a fascinating game, this Deltarune. I've really enjoyed making content for it, and I look forward to making more content in the future. Like if you enjoyed the video, comment if you've got something to say, subscribe if you want to see more, and as always, have a fantastic day.